I want to welcome you to this meeting. This is one of the Nigerian National Food Systems Dialogue for 2021, and this is the private sector exploratory national dialogue for the same. Let me use this opportunity to welcome all of you once again, and I say welcome, and we trust that we're going to have a very successful meeting and very useful deliberations for this. You're welcome. My use this opportunity at this moment to welcome and invite on board the curator of this meeting, Mrs. Yemisi Ironyoloye, to give her opening remarks. Thank you. Mrs. Ironyoloye, I understand she's having problems trying to sign on, so let me seize the opportunity to talk about what we're doing here. I want to talk about, let's talk about the food systems. We recognize the fact that food systems touch every aspect of human existence in the world, and this includes the management of food systems, which profoundly affects the health of the people, as well as the health of the environment, economies, and cultures. And therefore, in order to feed the growing Nigerian population sustainably, agricultural productivity needs indeed to grow alongside the food systems efficiently and with sustainable development process. This dialogue seeks to bring together the private sector players groups as they explore and debate and shape pathways to sustainable food systems that will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, identify practices and policies that will have greater impact or greatest impact on the achievement of the desired future vision within the Nigerian local food systems. And 3, consider how it will be possible to assess progress towards improving food systems, as well as determine who needs to be involved in achieving the overarching objective of building an effective food system in Nigeria. So let me use the opportunity, thank you. Let me use the opportunity to invite the curator of the program, Mrs. Yemisi Ironyoloye. She's the founder and CEO of Sultry International Limited, an agro-processing company in Nigeria. The company manufactures food-based cassava products, including flour, starch, sorbitol, and glucose, and empowers local farmers by providing training and services and improving the cassava value chain. Welcome, ma'am. Over to you.
Good morning and welcome once again to the summit. Head of ministries, departments and agencies of government, technical advisors and senior special advisors, members of National Agricultural Research Institutes, members of farming association and cooperatives, the academia, captains of industry, members of international community, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the National Private Sector Food System Exploratory Dialogue, which is the UN Food System Agenda framing session to help develop a progressive agricultural sector driven by the UN Committee on Food Security. The dialogue is designed to explore, debate, and shape pathway to sustainable food system that will contribute to the broader sustainable development goals, with the private sector being the champion of the process. The inclusion of the private sector will help shape the current practices and policies that will have the greatest impact on the achievement of the desired future outcome within the Nigerian local food system. Across Africa, the Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agricultural Growth and Transformation for Shared Prosperity and Improved Livelihood is still yet to have impact on the continent. However, 9 commitments were made, but 3 commitments, 2, 3, and 4, which speaks to the core end of the summit, are yet to be actualized. The death of food security with the resultant effect on the escalating food crisis aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the raging insurgency and banditry activities in the north and south has expanded the poverty and hunger nets within the country. This has led to an increase in the consumer price index at 16.47% year on year. And in the last 3 years, the estimated population of food insecure Nigerians have doubled from 25 million to 50 million citizens. And if not checked, the life expectancy rate of Nigerians, which is about 60 years, will further drop since the country will have an unhealthy population that will impact our economy and social well-being. At the 26th Nigerian Economic Summit held in November 2020, stakeholders acknowledged that the absence of warehouse receipt system, which prevents post-harvest losses, ensure price stability, provide access to quality raw material for processing, and access to market for farmers, have contributed largely to the food insecurity issues that abound with us today. To address the issues that lie within the sector, solve the hunger issues across Nigeria, and improve practices within the sector, it is expedient to have private sector participation in the agricultural sector to help bridge the identified existing gaps. Today's dialogue will hasten the marriage between the public sector and the private sector in developing a holistic framework for food security in Nigeria. Reduction in hunger and prevalence of malnutrition, creation of more inclusive and healthier food system, and encourage a collaborative approach towards building an effective food systems in Nigeria. Let me at this junction reiterate that the level of food production required for a growing national population of about 200 million people and the projected figure of more than 400 million by 2050 can be upscaled by a structural measure that incorporate the private sector in agriculture and food ecosystem development. It is therefore our hope that today's national private sector food system exploratory dialogue will increase the private sector contribution in reshaping the sector and creating a synergy in building a pathway for increasing agricultural sector productivity in Nigeria. I wish us a very beautiful dialogue time and look forward to a very good result at the end of this dialogue today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your welcome address. And we truly believe that we're going to achieve this when we have with the kind of discussions we intend to have. Thank you very much. Now, let me use the opportunity to invite the country representative of the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, Mr. Fred Kafiro, to give his goodwill message. Mr. Fred Kafiro is a development professional with technical expertise in sustainable natural resource management, food security, and nutrition, spanning over 30 years of his native country and the global level with the FAO and FAO of the United Nations. Thank you very much, sir. Your goodwill message, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I hope that you can hear me. Can you confirm you can hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want to start actively here. So I'm very grateful, first of all, for the invitation to extend food and agriculture, give some goodwill message, but also pleased for the timely engagement of the private sector in the ongoing national process. This dialogue process, as you know, is related to the UN Food System Summit. Allow me also at this point in time to commend the government of Nigeria for the importance that it attaches to the UN Food System Summit, and certainly for the excellent leadership provided by National PS, who is driving this process. She has constantly encouraged the participation of civil society, of the media, of the private sector, of research, academia, youth, for all to participate in the member state dialogues. But she has also given space to independent dialogues like this one. This is an independent which is specifically dedicated to the private sector. And we believe that the outcomes will the member state. So it's through this meaningful engagement of a wide set of stakeholders in which we can be able to achieve the impactful pathways that we are all looking for in terms of transforming systems to be more equitable, more inclusive, to be more resilient and sustainable. At the global level, the food systems were identified to be one of the solutions that make the greatest impact across the agenda. That is why the UN Secretary General will convene these food systems as part of the decade of action to achieve by 2030. So food systems are very crucial and generally globally, but also here in Nigeria, and more mouths needing to be fed, there is greater need for all of us to understand how we will ensure the availability of food in quantities that cater to the needs of all people, but more importantly, in a sustainable manner. We need to put in place systems and mechanisms to ensure that we produce enough food for the current generation, and we must do this without compromising the ability of future generations to have access to adequate food. I'm sure that we shall delve into these topics and different action tracks during the course of the day. But allow me to say a few things about the private sector, which you are. The private sector is a key actor in the agri-food value chain, in food industry, and food systems in general. You are generators of innovation and technologies. You provide advisory services. You are producers, whether it's in crops, whether it's in livestock, whether it's in fisheries, you are producers, and you are input suppliers. You are food processors. You are in all kinds of logistics and traders, and you are consumers. So your voice is key, and together with other stakeholders, you can provide domestic responses that make a difference where, and that is in people's lives. As key stakeholders, we must all come together and build back better. We bank on the outcome of your meeting as a major contribution to the inclusive pathway across the 5 pathways. Once again, I want to appreciate the opportunity of being part of this particular dialogue. But more importantly, I hope that you as private sector, you remain part of this beyond today until September 2021. But more importantly, in implementing the actions that come out. And these actions will be implemented throughout the day. That's the intention. So it's not yet over, and we need to keep engaged. I wish you excellent deliberations, and I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kafer, for your opening remarks, for your goodwill message. And I thank you for reiterating the fact that the food system is pivotal to our sustainability as a nation, and that the private sector's role is very, very pivotal too, that we are not just only generators of ideas, our voice is very key. And we want to believe that we have a partnership. The private sector has a partnership in FAO to be able to achieve our objective. Thank you very much, sir, once again. You're welcome. Now, let me use the opportunity to invite the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Mr. Laoye Jayola, to give his own goodwill message. Thank you, sir. Sir?
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you again for coming to this program. I will just not, I haven't recognized all the Excellencies and all the people in the room, I will just simply stand on established protocol so that I don't breach any. So I thank you most sincerely for coming. I actually have been out there kicking people and wondering why the participation level is still very low. But I was told that there was a particular link that was sent in that has not been particularly friendly. But we hope that by the time this program moves in full gear, those links will be worked on, because as much as 100 people had confirmed for this program. So I want to thank you again for putting together. It's one of the many dialogue systems on dialogue workshops on food system. And my expectation is that by the time we put all of this together, we will then be able to assure food security for Nigeria. A lot of us have talked about the challenges that we have. From an economics point of view, the agri and food sector has been the largest employer of labor. But in terms of lifting people out of the poverty, we haven't been able to achieve much, because again, people have worked basically at a subsistence level. So one of the expectations, therefore, will be how do we ensure the whole value chain enhancement, right from the process of inputing to when actually we even take the food at the table of the people. So we believe that if we do all that we need to do, and there's that connection across the value chain, and we're successfully lifting up, ensuring the smallholder farmer and the large commercial farmers talking to one another, we will succeed in doing a couple of things. One, we will assure food security in Nigeria. Secondly, we will be in a position where we'll sustain the country and then be able to export. And thirdly, we'll be able to earn income and lift people out of poverty. And no doubt, all of us recognize the fact that for our teeming population, it's still, and for our teeming population, we have not succeeded in feeding ourselves. And given the blessing that God has given us regarding land, we shouldn't be so. I want to commend efforts that are done in ensuring that we have good yields, good sure that we have good input, but processing needs to be enhanced, and people like the curator who have been involved in the area of processing need support to ensure the condition and environment for doing business is right. No doubt, by 2050, many of us are worried about the fact that if Nigeria should have 417 million people as projected, and we haven't successfully dealt with the area of food and our food system, then we'll have challenges to feed our people. And that, of course, is projected that unless we get it right and do what we need to do, unemployed people can be larger than what we are, and then we might have a nation that is rested. But I know that with the cream of people gathered today and the number of work that's been done around pulling together and working together as a team, will successfully be able to solve this problem and become a nation that is food secure. So at the NESG, we believe that this effort will be sustained and continue collaborate. Thank you. So we at the NESG, we believe that working together in collaboration, we will succeed in achieving this in the interest of the nation. I thank you for this dialogue, and I look forward to concluding. We look forward to the conclusions and see how we can all together get government to listen to us. Thank you most sincerely.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, sir, for your. Thank you, sir, for your goodwill message, for reminding us that the private sector is integral to food systems because it produces the vast majority of the world's food and is made up of very diverse actors. And thank you for your commitment to the cause that NESG is going to work with actors in this sector to ensure that we achieve our set objective. Thank you very much, sir. Let me seize the opportunity to now invite someone who's very, very important, who's she's very, very pivotal to this event. Her name is Mrs. Olushola Idowu. She's a National UN Systems Summit convener for Nigeria. Mrs. Idowu has led many national and international projects, both at the Federal Ministry of Health and the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria. She developed and implemented the concept of monthly reporting on the platform of the district health information system, and she's worked with the WHO country office to achieve this. And from this, the blood safety model was developed and the federal tertiary institution were trained on the users as a user of the platform. And as a result of her tenacity and technical capabilities and people management skills, she was appointed permanent secretary in 2019. She was deployed to the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning as a permanent secretary, Budget and National Planning in February 2020. As I said earlier, she's a national convener of the National United Nations Food Systems Summit 2021 in Nigeria. Ma'am, you're welcome. Will we have your opening remarks, please? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. And I want to sincerely welcome all of you to this very important private sector food system dialogue. Let me also stand on the existing protocol. It is my honor and privilege to be part of this very important private-led food system dialogue being organized in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning and with the support of Agra Nigeria. Permit me to appreciate the Nigerian Economic Summit Group for bringing together all relevant key private sector stakeholders in the food system to engage in a robust dialogue that will identify practice and policies that will mitigate against the challenges of food and nutrition and positively impact on sustainable food system for Nigeria to achieve the sustainable development goals. As you are all aware, the Global Food Dialogue is a call by the Secretary General of the United Nations to all member countries of the United Nations Organization to have a national dialogue that will feed into the Global Food Summit holding in New York in September 2021. Participating countries are expected to hold 3 levels of dialogue, which includes national inception dialogue, exploratory dialogue involving all states, local governments, communities, organized individuals, as well as the national consolidatory dialogue. In Nigeria, we had the inception national dialogue in February 2023, February 23, 2021, and also commenced the exploratory dialogue across all the 6 geopolitical zones since April 6, 2021, while the consolidatory dialogue is proposed to hold in Abuja by the end of June 2021. Distinguished participants, today's dialogue is to bring together the private sector groups as part of the exploratory dialogues to deliberate and shape pathways to sustainable food system that will contribute to the sustainable development goals, identify the practices and policies that will have the greatest impact on the achievement of the desired future vision within the Nigerian local food system. Consider ways of assessing progress towards improved food system, as well as recommending policy measures for building effective food systems in Nigeria. I wish to remind us that the United Nations declared the year 2021 to 2030 a decade of action for SDGs. It is imperative to note that all over the world, food systems touch every facet of human existence, including the distribution and food management, which profoundly impact on the health of the people, the environment, the economy, and people's culture. Consequently, in order to sustainably feed a growing population, agricultural productivity needs to grow alongside efficient food system and sustainable development. The food system today are not functioning as expected. Some are fragile and inadequate, while the systems are negatively affected by both natural and environmental factors, which include flood, drought, and desert encroachment. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the insecurity in the country has further disrupted the food system across all the geopolitical zones, thereby leading to job losses, hunger, and malnutrition, especially among children and vulnerable groups. Ladies and gentlemen, given the constrained resources of government, I believe that the private sector has an important role to play in supporting agricultural and food-related investments in Nigeria to enable our dear country realize the potentials of the agricultural sector for sustainable economic growth. It will also support job creation, particularly among farmers, women, and youth. Given the available vast arable land and the support by the private sector, Nigeria has the potential to adequately feed itself, eliminate hunger and food insecurity, while playing a major role in the global food market as the face of African nation. I wish to state that for Nigeria to achieve SDG by 2030, the private sector will be expected to partner with government at all levels through investment in the food system that will tackle the challenges faced by the rural and the urban poor population. Some of the identified challenges are chronic poverty and hunger, lack of access to health care, lack of infrastructure, schools and telecommunication connectivity, and reliance in informal markets. Most of these challenges mitigate against resilient and sustainable agriculture, as well as sustainable access to formal markets for smallholder farmers. The cooperation and support of the private sector will boost activities of the small, medium, and large enterprises across the broad spectrum of the livestock, horticulture, agroforestry, and fishery for diversified and resilient food system. It is also my conviction that the food system will be sustained if the private sector can engage our youth that constitute the largest population in the agriculture and entire food system. At the moment, the few youths that are into agriculture are already abandoning the trade in search of greener pastures. The support by the private sector in the entire food system will therefore make available the techniques and resources for the youth. Private sector venturing into agriculture will help do away with the misconception by so many that agriculture is actually for the poor, uneducated, and less privileged in the society. You will agree with me that the call by the United Nations Secretary General on the world leader to take part in a summit that will help establish the future direction for food system to save majority of population from hunger and starvation is not only apt and timely, but an opportunity for Nigeria to bring everyone around the table to rub minds and agree on the most productive option to eliminate hunger, malnutrition, starvation, and facilitate the attainment of all the 17 SDGs by the year 2030. Finally, permit me to use this opportunity to appreciate the Nigerian Economic Summit Group for partnering with the ministry in organizing this dialogue in the spirit of moving food system forward in Nigeria. I also wish to recognize the support provided by AGRA, the UN agencies, other development partners, and individuals that makes today's dialogue possible. Let me assure you all that the outcome of this dialogue will be incorporated into the final Nigerian position to be presented at the Global Food Summit that we hold in New York in September 2021. While wishing all of you a fruitful deliberation, I hereby declare the dialogue open and thank you all for listening. God bless you all.
Amen. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your opening remarks. Thank you for reminding us the importance of partnering with the government to rebuild our broken food systems. And thank you for reminding us that it's important we upscale youth involvement in agriculture, which is one aspect NESG is committed to, and I know other players on board are doing so. And thank you for reminding us that it's important that we promote innovative platforms where we bring all the players together to talk about, to discuss ways in which to chart the way forward, so we can have a sustainable, we could have sustainable results from this engagement. Let me use the opportunity right now to discuss, to give an overview of the UN Food Systems Summit and the purpose of this dialogue. Slides, please. The concept. The UN system refers to all actors and activities and processes involved in getting food to people's stomach. It transverses across all key actors, actions, and processes involved in food, before planting in the farm to the dining table. Food systems contribute a considerable and substantial part of national economy and have contributed to many developmental issues, including hunger, malnutrition, disease, poverty, unemployment, conflict, violence, climate change. Therefore, improving food systems can therefore initiate positive change for multiple challenges. This food system dialogue, especially this one and the others that we've had so far, are a major part of the summit engagement processes and are important in ensuring that the summit outcomes address the needs of a wider range of stakeholders. Our rationale for having this dialogue, as also recognized by in other countries, is to ensure, because we recognize the fact that countries all over the world have peculiar food system challenges which must be addressed. And secondly, recognizing this fact and realizing that none of the 17 SDGs will be achieved without improving our food systems. The United Nations Secretary General called for a food system summit. So the goal of the broad aim of the summit, as we all know, is to guide governments and other stakeholders to identify and implement reforms that will transform food systems towards achieving the SDGs. And the goal of today's private sector engagement is to identify game-changing ideas that will transform the food system of various subpopulations in the country. Our proposed game-changing ideas can be completely new ideas that have never been explored. Or there could be ideas that we've spoken about that we want to upscale, or there can be known interventions that can be upscaled up to improve many parts of the food system in the country. Now, the methodology of engagement for this dialogue, we all recognize the fact that we'll be having series of country dialogues, and it's in 3 stages. The initial stage was an inception dialogue at the federal government level. The second being exploratory dialogue, of which the private sector engagement is part of. And the third will be the consolidatory dialogue, where the findings from all these dialogues will be consolidated into a national pathway for sustainable food systems, including intentions and commitments. Therefore, to achieve synergy, the summit and hence the dialogues are organized around 5 interrelated action tracks, which are action track 1 to 5. Track 1, which is ensure access to safe and nutritious food for all. Action track 2, shift to sustainable consumption patterns. Action track 3, both nature positive production. Action track 4, advance equitable livelihood. And track 5, build resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stresses. In conclusion, I must state that country game-changing ideas will be aligned to global game-changing ideas so that future efforts can bring countries together around action areas derived from the game-changing ideas. It is therefore important that our discussions are robust to ensure that we as in the private sector can leverage on global initiatives that will support actions in the areas that are most necessary for food systems transformation in Nigeria. Thank you very much for that. Now, I have mentioned that there are 5 action tracks 1 to 5. Now, let's see, we have a lot of participants who had indicated the different tracks they want to be part of. And we have facilitators who are ready, who are experts in their different fields of endeavor, who are ready to facilitate the process with us. So could we please move the participants, transfer the participants into the different discussion groups? Remember, there are 5 of them. Please, could you highlight it again? Action track 1, ensure access to food, safe and nutritious food for all. Action track 2, shift to sustainable consumption patterns. Action track 3, boost nature positive production. Action track 4, advance equitable livelihoods. And action track 5, build resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stress. Okay. comes. I'm waiting for you to divide, to move us to our different discussion groups. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Because we're having a lot of people trying to join in now, and they were not in before, I've enabled everyone to be able to choose the rooms that was picked from the beginning. So you can, I'm going to start the breakout rooms now, then you can join the breakout room that you have pre-registered with. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olutaya Adeyemi, and I'll be facilitating this Action Track 2 session. So please, I'll just like us to give an additional 5 minutes for other people to join the group before we start. Thank you. And please kindly introduce yourselves in the chat box so that we have a record of people who are participating in this action track discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning once again. So it's 10:15 now, so I think we can start the discussion. We have quite a number of people to start with. So once again, I'm Olutaya Adeyemi from the University of Ibadan, and I'll be facilitating the discussion for today. Regarding the action track, so we are discussing, this discussion group is for action track 2, and action track 2 focuses on sustainable shifts to healthy and sustainable consumption patterns. Now, I guess most of us were here during the introductory remarks by the different speakers, but just for the purpose of bringing us to the same page and facilitating the discussion, I'll briefly go over what the issues covered by Action Track 2. So when we talk about healthy and sustainable patterns, it's a known fact now that unhealthy diets are the major risk factor for diseases globally. And they're also a major factor driving environmental degradation, so climate change issues and degradation of the land and water. And increasingly, we are seeing that about 33%, so 1/3 of the food that is produced is never eaten, it goes to waste. And this is globally. Yet, almost 700 million people are chronically hungry. That means perpetually they don't have enough to eat. And then on the other hand, you have another hundreds of millions that have diet-related non-communicable diseases like hypertension, diabetes, cancer, stroke. And so these are also, both of these extremes are caused to a large extent by what people eat. And we know that healthy diets, so ability to eat healthily, is much more expensive. Globally, it's about 5 times more expensive to eat healthy than to eat calorie sufficient diet. So eating something that meets your energy needs and not. So the other thing we know is that increasing pressure of work and other factors, people are consuming diets that high in processed foods. So a lot of ultra processed foods are being, they're high in fats and oil, high in sugar and high in salts. On the other hand, foods like fruits and legumes, nuts, seeds, and seafoods are not being sufficiently consumed. And we see now that this consumption of the ultra-processed foods and the high-fat, high-sugar, high-salt diets are part of the things that are driving the unhealthy things you are saying, as well as the environmental degradation. And so the whole premise of action is that if you're able to get people to consume more healthy diets, then we'll start to reduce the health impact. And so people will become healthier. As people become healthy, the money that is being spent on healthcare costs will reduce. So it will have economic benefits. And then it will also have environmental benefits, because the environment of producing healthy food is not as high as healthy foods. And so Action Track 2 aims to catalyze shifts in consumption so that people move away from processed foods, the sugar sweetened foods, the high salt, high fats, and oil foods, to healthier foods like fruits and vegetables, legumes, nuts, seeds, and another key part of Action Track 2 is reduction of food loss. Often when we talk about post-harvest loss, people think of it as a farm gate or in the markets that, oh, they bring all this food and it goes bad. But we often don't think about the food loss and waste that occurs in our own households. People here can give experiences. Almost everybody has the experience of, oh, I brought some fruits, I wasn't able to finish eating them, and some of it went bad. I had some meat, or I had some, and I just realized that it has been there for like 2 or 3 days. I've been 1 minute. It's only a little food. Let me just discard it. It has lost taste, or things like that. And there was 2 slices that were left. And before you knew it, maybe they had mold. So this is food loss. It's still food waste. It's part of the 3% of food that never gets eaten. And so part of Action Track 2 is also, how do we reduce food loss and waste at the household level and at the food service level? So at the restaurants, people who sell food that's pretty much ready for consumption by consumers. So this is the introduction I want to give. And our task here in this discussion room is to discuss, how do we move people from current consumption patterns to these patterns that I've just summarized: eating healthy foods, not eating the unhealthy foods, and then reducing food loss and waste at the household level. Thank you very much. So I invite anybody who wants to speak to unmute themselves and make their contributions. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Hello, can anybody hear me, or have I been speaking to myself?
I can hear you. I can hear
Hi,
you.
we can hear you.
Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me?
Good morning. Okay, yeah, so I'm waiting for contributions from people. How do we move people to healthy consumption patterns, healthy and sustainable consumption patterns? Okay, so let me phrase the question in a different way. And we can have this with a show of like yes, no's in the chat box. How many people feel that their food consumption patterns are currently very healthy and that they don't need to make any change in their consumption patterns? They just need to maintain the way they currently eat. Can I just have yeses in the chat box? If you're satisfied with your current consumption patterns and you believe that it meets the definition of the healthy and sustainable diets, please just type yes in the chat box. Okay, so no. Okay, so one person has responded no. Yes, other people. How if you are saying, okay, so
Hi, hello.
hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, good morning. We can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Olumi Afolabi. From your question that you asked about how can we change? How can we change people that are actually eating unhealthy to start eating healthy and also have sustainable patterns? I think, in my opinion, I think that people actually want to eat healthy rather than choose to eat unhealthy food. I think it does to do more of the economic power or the willpower to actually eat healthy. So I think the question goes more into asking that, are they capable of actually eating healthy? I think that is the first thing I want to address, that we should actually address and look at it critically. And we can't just say, okay, this is one thing to break a pattern that I've started over time, because as a young person, I'm speaking as a perspective as a young person, we have a definition or a perception of what unhealthy diet is. And the older generation have another perception of what unhealthy diet is. Now, there needs to be an awareness of what really is healthy and what really is not healthy. Some people think taking beverages, sweetened beverage drinks is actually living the good life. But many people do not just know that, okay, this has a lot of sugar. Now, that is another part of it. There's a place of the financial part, there's a place of awareness, and there's also a part that those that are actually advertising or alternatives. For instance, if you say that this is an unhealthy diet, people need to be aware that there is an alternative. For instance, with the benefits of even just drinking water, that is room temperature water over cold chilled water, as simple as that is, people need to be aware that there's a place of awareness, there's a place of financial power, and there's a place of the perception, general perception of consumers. Now, and also people that sell, a place of that perception that we need to really look at also. And again, there's also the content, the place of content. How do we have to work out the content of what food really is? Because sometimes you look at it in the perspective of the producers. People do not actually have the should I say, I don't want to say knowledge or level of exact expertise in knowing that, okay, this kind of food is okay for eating. Now I'm just talking of normal crops, just awareness of normal crops. I'm not talking of processed crops. I'm not talking of fortified crops. I'm just talking of the normal food, the normal fruits. Now, we live in a country where we have enough fruits. And in spite of the fruits we have, many people do not have the perception of, okay, let us take this, let us add this particular diet, let us add this particular nutrient to our daily food. I think that is just one, those are just my own contribution for now.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Mr. Folabi, right? Okay. Very, very much for those very excellent contributions. And thank you for that, so to speak. So now I can see Dr. Nobolu's hand is up. So I'll just allow you to speak and then perhaps come back to some of the issues that Mr. Folabi has raised.
Yeah, good
Yes,
morning, Dr. Adem, and good morning, everyone in this group. I just wanted to take off from where Dr. Afolami stopped. And my contribution is going to.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Okay, you went off for a while, but we can hear you now.
Okay, I am actually in the hospital trying to take a test, so sorry. I was saying that for the fact that this dialogue is the one organized by the business group, I want to take my contribution from two angles. And the first is from the introduction you gave about the life choices kind of diseases that are common now, hypertension, everything. And I want to look at it from what the business people need to do, because now there are a lot of advertisements out there that project foods that are not healthy. And if we are able to work with the businesses to agree, like Dr. Folami said, on what is healthy, so what should be in what they formulate? Are we able to incentivize them to put out more products that are healthier, devoid of all the added salts, all the added sugar? Do we need to legislate? Do we need to come up with policies and be sure that we have a good guidance about what the rewards for either obeying or not obeying will be? Are we able to enforce those things? Because if we look at it, I'll give an example of noodles. I won't mention any brand. If we look at the way noodles are advertised in Nigeria, people that are not enlightened as to what healthy foods look like or should be will easily be swayed by all those adverts, and then they will start eating all those things. So there are quite a lot of angles from where we will look at it. In developed countries, they have in developed countries, they have sugar taxes, they have all those things. Is it time now for us to start doing such things in Nigeria so that, like Dr. Folami said, somebody drinking Coke?
Hello, Ma, we are losing you again.
Sorry, my phone rang, so it cut off. Not knowing that he or she is actually looking for big trouble. So I think I'll stop here because there is a lot of.
Okay, thank you very, very much, ma'am, for those very good contributions. And so we are off to a very good start. So to summarize what we've heard so far, we started the discussion. We talked about the fact that people want to eat healthy, but the economic factors may prevent them. So I'm trying to put little jots here. So I don't have all the notes. I'm just trying to have prompts. And so we've mentioned finances, we've mentioned that there's a need for awareness, we've mentioned that part of the awareness is that people need to know what the healthy diet is, and that then the issue of advertisements that Dr. Nobulu just raised, that if the way we advertise things, people may even think that unhealthy foods are the healthy ones, and that perhaps we need to have legislation to drive some of these issues. So I'd like to take further contributions. You can either talk about some of the issues that have been raised, or you can bring up a whole new set of issues. The idea here is that we need to have solutions that we can profile to the Ministry of Budget and Planning, that these are the things that Nigeria should take up to improve consumption. So please, additional contributions. Yes, Dr. Anjorin. Okay, so you had your hand up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yes, sorry. Good. Okay, it's morning. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Adeyemi. I would also like to continue in that line of thought. I would like to speak regarding nutrition labeling and the potential for food fraud and issues like that. So because of the increased awareness, or in case, in quotes, like, let me put it that way, people now feel it's like a trend to claim that their products have certain level of micronutrients. So you see people claiming this product is gluten-free, is cholesterol-free, is everything free, and has 25 micronutrients. And there are no regulations, as far as we know, that checks to ensure that some of this claim is there. So if a consumer is educated to say, oh, maybe zinc is good for you or vitamin A is good for you, and the consumer then buys a product on the basis of the claim by the food producer or manufacturer, then, and we are not sure that's content. How do we, within the food system, make a adequate plans for them? And I have a real life example. So I bought this product that is meant to be a guinea corn product, and the woman had said, oh, it's gluten-free. So I asked, how did you know it's gluten-free? And she said, well, because guinea corn doesn't have gluten. So she assumed that it's gluten-free. So I bought the product for testing, and less than 2 months, the product has a lot of weevils coming out. So from the food safety angle, this product is not even, I mean, a quality product. And she had gone ahead to list like 10 items that is free of, you know, everything. And so it's, I think, is one area, if we want to talk about sustainable diets and healthy diet, that we may be looking at. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So issues of nutrient labeling on our products. So something that we need to look at. Additional contributions. What do we need to do to ensure that Nigerians have consume healthy diets that are sustainable, and so increase fruits and vegetable and legume consumption, and reduce consumption of ultra-processed foods that are high in sugar, salts, and fats and oils? Yes. Okay, so there are several people with this name, so I'm not sure who is speaking exactly, but go ahead, Ayoyinka.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. My name is actually Cindy Atoladoja. Okay, so I'm a food scientist and a nutritionist, and this question is actually very interesting. But what I would say to improve, high rates of healthy food and all of that, it might sound like a cliche, but it's something that I feel would really, really be effective. We should promote nutrition literacy. That's what I would say, because a lot of people aren't aware of the nutritious value or aware of the nutritious impact of most foods that they consume. So, and how it affects their health. That is something people really need to know. So improving nutrition literacy in schools, in communities, through ads, through various medium channels can also actually improve the rate at which people consume healthy foods. So having that in check, and also not just promoting this in the urban setting, even from the grassroots level as well, because the people in the rural areas should also be aware about the importance of this food, even though they are actually more familiar with eating healthy, fresh foods, organic foods, and all of that. They should not be left out when it comes to the awareness. So I think promoting nutrition literacy from schools in every sector would actually improve the rate at which people consume healthy food. So I think that would actually have a great impact.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's another wonderful contribution, promoting nutrition literacy so that people are aware of the nutritional impacts of the food that they consume. Other contributions, please. There are quite a number of people here who haven't said anything. So this is sometimes, you're in groups like this and you feel, oh, maybe everybody here knows more than I do. But the truth is that this is one action track that it applies to everybody. We are all consumers. Before some of us joined, I asked the question that you're either in two categories. You're either somebody whose diet is already healthy and sustainable, and if everybody in the world were to eat the way you do, then all the problems will be solved. Or you're someone who feels, oh, my diet can be healthier and I need to improve on my diet. Regardless of which one you fall, if you're someone who feels that, oh, your diet is already healthy and sustainable, then we can learn from you. You can tell us things that can be scaled up for Nigeria as a whole. If you're someone who feels that, oh, I can improve the way I consume, my consumption patterns to be more healthy and sustainable, then you can also tell us some of the challenges you face, because you may not have the solution to those challenges, but perhaps the challenge you are having, somebody has as a solution to it. So these are the kind of discussions that we need to have in this group, because we are all Nigerians. Even if we are not Nigerians, we are all consumers, and we have a bit of knowledge that other consumers will need, and that when we put it together, we can chart a way forward for Nigeria. So additional contributions, thank you.
Okay. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Lambert.
Good morning. Yeah. So I'm the representative for Choices International Foundation in Nigeria. This topic is very relevant to our work. So we work on food system actions to address the double burden of malnutrition. And so far, I don't know of any national nutrition criteria in the country that can guide food producers really to kind of have a guidance on what is healthy, what is unhealthy. I mean, even talking about nutrition education, if there's no clear understanding of what is healthy and what is unhealthy, then you can get it wrong, because there's a lot of information out there. So there's need for guidance on that, and also looking at the food environment really. And as the first person, I think, said there's no legislation to check. So that is also very important. So the government needs to be held accountable in some way to kind of monitor and monitor food producers to ensure that they actually produce foods that have high quality, and because if there's no legislation or no some form of regulation, then anyone would just do anything because they can get away with it. So mine would be definitely to have a nutrition criteria that can guide food consumers, as well as, so that could be a form of front of pack labeling for consumers, and then nutrition criteria that can also guide food companies, maybe in terms of fortification or reformulation. And then the government needs to have some form of regulation, strong regulation really, that can hold people accountable, you know, to ensure that food is healthy and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Additional very good contributions, bringing in dimension, and some of the earlier speakers also highlighted this, that we don't have national nutrition criteria. And so now it has come up that we don't have them for the producers as well as for the consumers. So there are gaps both on the supply and the demand side. So what other, so let me, people can continue to make contributions in general about some of the challenges, but we can also talk about things we can do quickly. So these are some of the solutions, the ones from the angle of the producers, but we can also talk about other things that can be done quickly. And we can talk about organizations that should be involved in implementing these actions. So I think this is Simbiat Oladoja. Is still saying
yes.
but okay,
yes.
Go ahead,
I don't
please.
know why that happened. Okay, I actually agree with what the last speaker said, but I think the problem is not like we don't really have policies that support or promote nutrition. Because recently, because I'm a member of the Nutrition Society of Nigeria, and we actually had access to a policy book on national food and nutrition. So we actually have some policies that actually guides nutrition, because for that policy book, for that policy action plan, the overall goal of the food and nutrition policy, according to the policy report, was to improve the nutrition status of all Nigerians, with particular emphasis on the most vulnerable groups. And this policy report was actually published by the National Planning Commission, and the policy document has actually been adopted as well by the National Commission on Food and Nutrition. So we actually have some policies that actually guide this, and we have lots of agencies. We have the NAFDAC, we have the Standards Organization of Nigeria, which I was able to work a little bit with them during my service year. And you know, the problem we have is implementation of these policies, and you know, oversight to ensure that this the purpose of this policy for each of these goals and visions that they have is actually being followed. And that is a problem we have. Aside nutrition policy generally in this country, sorry, I'm not really going to go into politics, but we have that implementation problem. We have that implementation problem. So we have lots of policies, constitutions, and all of that that actually guides these issues that we have. But the implementation is actually very, very poor. The implementation is actually very, very poor. The chairperson, the former chairperson to NSN, actually had meetings. She has been to National Assembly to attend some meetings, because they have a nutrition department in the Federal Ministry of Health that is functioning, you know, to promote all these policies. But the problem we have is implementation. Every year they go to the National Assembly to give proposals and all of that, but nothing is really working. So the problem is the implementation, not that these policies does not exist. These policies actually exist, but the implementation of these policies that promotes good nutrition is what we have. That is the problem we have. And if you read the policy report, it's actually very rich and very, very well put together. And if those factors, those things listed are being followed, I think we'd achieve a lot. So now the problem is implementation, not that these policies don't even exist at all. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. So this is bringing up a different perspective. That is it that the policies don't exist, or that there is poor implementation, and so the implementation is the challenge. Other thoughts about this? Dr. Nobula, I see you have your hand up. Please go ahead, ma.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, when your line is breaking, we can't hear you. Sorry, man, we can't hear you. The line is breaking. We are monitoring the chat box as well. and we can have people put their comments in the chat box. So additional contributions, how can we improve consumption in the healthy consumption and sustainable consumption patterns? How can we get people to eat healthy foods and not eat unhealthy foods? And there's a key part that nobody has addressed yet. How can we reduce food loss at the household level?
Can you hear me again?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr.
I wanted to add something real quick.
Okay.
So the thing again I've noticed with experts, especially in the nutrition business or in the nutrition space, is that we usually look at nutrition as some sort of like malaria intervention, HIV intervention. And because we do that, we kind of lose out on opportunities, on some things that are really productive, or some things that can really transform the whole health space. In my own opinion, I think nutrition should be looked as a business, more like a business than an intervention. I think if we can sit that way, I think that's like the first thing that we should change. Like I want everyone in this group to like have, if they don't have that kind of perception, that nutrition should be looked more like a business than an intervention, because no matter what you invest in as nutrition kind of sector or space, you will definitely get the impact we can get and have this what they call it, or we can get this instant benefits. In this part of the world, we actually like instant benefits. So if we look at, okay, this is the financial value of doing something, rather than rather than the health benefits. So we are telling them that you will have both ways. You will have both financial value, you have also the health benefits. Now, and I think there is a lot of space, there's a lot of opportunity in terms of agriculture that many people can benefit. I'm talking of the consumers, I'm talking of the producers. Now, if they have that incentive that yes, there is this, what they call it, financial benefits that you can actually tap into, then that's the first thing they can go into. Now you're saying that what is the instant thing we can do towards that? We already have a lot of businesses in Nigeria, people doing a lot of things, huge things, that they can actually go into this thing for their profit. For instance, we have huge multinationals like the telecommunications, like MTN and the rest, just to name a few, that are actually doing a lot of things. We have the oil companies in Nigeria that are doing a lot of things, that we're telling them that why don't you diversify and come to the nutrition place, the nutrition sector, not for intervention, but for the financial benefit, for the rewards you're going to get. And we're telling them that if you want to combine both of them, we could introduce what we call the social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship that brings both the health expert and brings the financial expert, such that we have the objectives to make money at the same time to increase the benefits. Now, what is the particular field? I asked myself, what is the one thing that if these big multinational, already existing multinationals invest in, that they can actually make their money real quick? I asked myself the problem of food storage and wastage. You bring up probably like a concept and say, these big multinational companies, why don't we come together, have a social entrepreneurship, or can some sort of gather already existing institutions? For instance, there is no state in Nigeria you go to that you don't have, where they have this national transportation companies, not national transportation company, national transportation association. You know, And in there's this project I actually worked with where they actually used the people that we usually call aguero on the streets to actually carry what they call these people, women that were pregnant that needed to go to the hospital. We could also say, let's have this association where we bring this already existing institution and tell them that, look, oh, why don't you use your particular vehicle to take a particular stored food from a facility to the markets where they are readily available? What makes food, what makes people not be, no matter the awareness we even create today, some people will not be able to make the decision because they do not have the ability to make such decision. Why? Because this food is expensive. So we should look at how can we make this food affordable. It is have this coalition of people, multinationals, assess their strength, come together, make this thing, or have a facility where you store a particular food, and then make use of institutions such as the National Transportation Institution, those people we call around, and they have vehicles, and tell them to move food from their states within the LGAs to the market. Now, imagine you're buying food from Kano and you're taking it to Lagos market in Kano. Now you are cutting the cost, the whatever costs you're going to be spending on transportation, and there you can easily get value, like immediate value. So I think to me that is one way we can actually assess or actually get immediate value, cut the costs of loss, of food loss, because you're not going to be transporting food. We have bad roads, we have kidnappers on the roads, we have so many of those problems. But we can make use of these institutions, we can make use of these already established organizations that already have the financial will, and we're telling them that this is business, this is not an intervention. I think that is the second contribution.
Thank you very much. So you've highlighted several organizations that can make contributions to the process of shifting the population to healthy consumption patterns. Thank you so much. And you emphasized strongly the fact that we need to approach this from the angle that people can make money from helping people to consume healthy diets. So I have Dr. Nobolu with her hands raised. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the last speaker. What I wanted to say then was to start with, I don't know what policy the lady was talking about, but I know that in Nigeria, we don't have standards about nutrition labeling, just like Dr. Anjorin said. And also we don't have those guidelines for how we deal with fraud in that aspect. The agricultural sector food and nutrition strategy, we said that there should be a way where that consumers will be able to understand, like using the traffic lights kind of model, whereby the consumer knows that when it is green, it has passed all the tests for it being nutritious and healthy. When it is yellow, it is borderline. And when it is red, it is clearly a no-go area. But everybody has a right to eat whatever they want. But at least everybody has information about what is contained in what you want to eat. And thinking through, I also think that agencies like NAFDAC and SON really need to improve on their acts, because there are several setups that can help them. The Sun Business Network is there, and they can actually do more in this area, not just going to factories and looking at what people are doing and coming out and giving certifications. No, they should do certifications in a way that we know that the certifications are true. I am sure this product that Dr. Anjorin said she bought will have a NAFDAC number somewhere. It is not that kind of certification we want them to do when it comes to nutrition. So I think I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, very, very interesting points. Very, very interesting points. So we would had the issue about the fact that if we want people to eat healthy and sustainable diets, that it's not just, the action is not just on the part of the consumers, that there needs to be a lot that is happening in the environment, both the food environment and the regulatory environment. Yes, Falake and John.
Thank you very much. Yes. So to respond to your question on how to prevent food waste at the household level, I guess, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm thinking maybe maybe we should go back to our universities and academic institutions. It's a clear problem of infrastructure. I mean, not everybody maybe can afford saving technologies or maybe refrigerator and all that. There are people who are maybe in rural technology, but I guess our mothers have a way of preserving their food using traditional drying methods and all that, and they could keep maybe fish for. But the concern with that has always been maybe food safety, maybe is exposed to flies. So maybe investment in technology that improve these things. So maybe if I have a drying container that actually has a net on it, that I can put it in the hot sunlight, but without maybe flies having access to it, which are practicable and useful for those who may be in rural location or even those in urban area that are not able to access this refrigerator. Even if you have the refrigerator, you are not sure of how many hours of electricity you have. So I guess that may be one way. Another way may be actually to train people to leverage on what they even have existing. Maybe some people just don't know that if tomatoes are in season, I could process it maybe by boiling, can it in an airtight container and be able to use it maybe for a longer period when it is out of season. So maybe training in this type of practicable solutions may help. I'd also like to build up on the point raised by the colleague that spoke earlier on the infrastructure and seeing that as a business. I know the cold chain association or TAQA, I don't know the full pronunciation now, they have been doing a lot of things around cold chain logistics for transport and all that. So that kind of model, having it maybe in central, even it can extend beyond the household to community and market. So you see a lot of people trying to throw away their tomatoes because they are not able to make sales. I know then they were talking about crating. So what if you put it in a crate and you are able to freeze it in a central storage area in a market and you just pay 100 or 200 naira a day to be able to then take it back tomorrow. So in a way, you can still sell it maybe at a lower value, but you are not completely wasting it. And also you are helping the climate and all that. So these kind of solutions, maybe we can explore them. Over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, please, additional contributions, particularly from people who haven't spoken at all. There are quite a number of people who haven't said anything. Please, you can put your comments in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and make your contribution. We would like to hear from everybody. We are all consumers and we have an opinion about how to improve, even if you don't know about anybody else, whatever feel can contribute to achieving the solution. And I can also bring in all these comments about how to achieve healthy and sustainable diets. Is everybody going to agree with us that this is the way to go? If people are not going to agree with us, so if there are going to be disagreements about healthy diets, who are those going to disagree, and how can we manage all these different get implemented and they don't get truncated because of
Hello everyone. Dr. Adeyemi she's trying to log back in. I think she had some internet issues, but she's currently trying to log back in. She will soon be back.
okay. So apologies everyone. Sorry, my internet went off, so I had to change to another device. Before I was cut off, I was talking about the fact that we've mentioned some solutions, and that if you feel you don't want to contribute to providing additional solutions, you can take some of the solutions that have already been mentioned and highlight organizations that should be involved in implementing these solutions. Or you can also talk about problems you see that, okay, so people have talked about all these grand ideas, making food more affordable by leveraging on existing organizations to move food from area of surplus to places where people need them. We've talked about improving on the regulation of the claims people put on food and the contents of processed foods. We've talked about producers having guidelines, standards for producers to know what is a healthy, what makes a healthy food, so that they produce accordingly. And several other suggestions like that. But perhaps you see that there are going to be some big forces that are going to prevent these solutions from either being implemented or being effective. You can also talk about this. We want to know what are the challenges we will face in trying to implement these solutions, and how can we address these challenges, basically. So, contributions. Contributions. Again, you can put your comments in the chat box. You can put your comments in the chat box if you don't want to speak, or you can also unmute yourself and make your contributions. Yes, please. I have quite a number of people who haven't said anything. What can we do to help people ourselves improve our food consumption patterns? How can we have more healthy consumption patterns? Or what organizations should be involved in helping us achieve the healthy consumption patterns? And then a third question we can discuss is, who is likely to disagree with our efforts, and how can we manage these people? Contributions. We have about 30 minutes more for discussion, so there's still time. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Tayo. I was just thinking about issues around nutrition education. And my mind went to the fact that there are so many agencies trying to provide nutrition education. And many times people tend to contradict themselves. So it's like the nutrition group have become agents of confusion to the general public. So I think government needs to take the lead, and saying government, it will be Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, because that is their statutory role in the National Policy on Food and Nutrition, to get everybody together so that there is a uniform message going out to people. I was somewhere yesterday and somebody took me up on this issue of you don't drink when you are eating because it is this, you don't drink water, you drink it later. So I think the responsibility is on nutritionists across all the MDAs for us, one, to come together and have a uniform set of nutrition messages for people that will promote healthy, sustainable diets. And when we have done that, it is also the responsibility of the civil society and every other person that has a mandate for nutrition education to take out these messages to people. And I also want to say that the way we write our messages is also very, very important. That is the role of government and NGO. And I also want to add, I talked about the kind of nutrition labeling that is easy for the industry, it's easy for the consumer. And I think the SUN network, whether it is the civil society or the business network, they can work on that with the responsible ministries, agri, health, trade and industries, and maybe what is it called? The people who do raw materials research council, because they also have a role to play in being able to let people know the kinds of raw materials, what they contain and what they can be used for in food. And NAFDAC and SON, they have the responsibility of also like reviewing their own standards. There is no point we using standards of how many years ago and just revising them based on what some other people say they should be. This is Nigeria. We need to work on that. And also the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, universities, and the rest, they have a responsibility to come up with recipes, food products from our indigenous materials, food crops, so that people who are ready to go in and do food processing, they know what is available. They can take off some of these food products, go and make them into a way that they can sell and be sure of what they are giving the people. So I'll stop. Over.
Okay, thank you very much, man. Thank you so much. You've highlighted quite a number of organizations that should be involved in achieving these solutions. I see Dr. Shoremekun, you have your hands raised.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to make a quick one. So I've been following the discussion. I want to speak to the post-harvest losses, which has been mentioned. And speaking with the mindset that this is a private sector dialogue and how we can discuss without and have something different from all the previous discussions, because most of the issues that I've been listening to, there are issues that have been on the front burner on this food system dialogue. And what I'm saying in essence is that can we look at the private sector aspect of this discussion? We're talking about post-harvest losses, and especially between the farm and probably the market, because the roads are not good. Are we looking at private sector investing in cold trucks as a business? Like one of the speakers spoke earlier on, that this has to be looked as a business, not an intervention, not a humanitarian intervention, but as a business. Is this private sector looking at that's in the logistics area to reduce or to ensure that all the produce still retain their quality, from farm to the market and probably to the table? Then is the private sector looking at possibility of investing in I don't know whether I should say processing. I'm not an expert in the food system. I'm a communication person. I'm just here to support and also to tag along. Is the private sector looking at investing around the farms? Just as we learned in the economics in the secondary school, locating the industry around where the raw materials and the raw materials are obtained from. So these are the things I'm looking at as part of the recommendations from this group, from our subcommittee or the committee, so that we'll be able to say, okay, the private sector should be encouraged, either any private sector organization or entity that invests in that aspect. Maybe they will have a tax relief, and this is where the government will come in, to encourage private sector investment in that chain, that value chain of nutrition. Thank you. Over.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So additional contributions about actions that the private sector can make, especially around the logistics of food transportation and reducing food loss. So before I go to, I can see Dr. Nobolo has her hand raised, but I would like the person raising up the hand with Ayoyinka, Ayolowo. I don't know who that is, because there are quite a number of people with that name. So please, you have your hand raised, Ayoyinka, Ayolowo. Please, you can speak.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I don't know why it's actually showing Ayoyinka Ayolowo, Oluwadara. I would like to talk about the aspect of the private sector investing in providing this solution to post-harvest losses. We have a lot of research institutes in the country presently that have the mandate to work on agricultural produce, so we don't encounter these losses. But the main challenge is funding. So I don't know what the private sector can do. Probably they can come in and fund research, probably as a corporate social responsibility, because most of these research institutes do not generate revenue. So it's only the funding they get directly from the government, from the budget, that can be used for research. But we all know that research is not cheap, especially if you want to get results that are feasible and that are practicable. So probably if we can, since it's a private sector summit in a way, we can advise that they should take it as part of their corporate social responsibility to fund research. If I'll give you an example, an organization like NESG that uses soya beans, they use corn for most of their, some of the baby food they produce. If they are ready to fund research in that area to reduce the losses, in a way they will also benefit from it. So there are so many areas that can be funded. We have Cocoa Research Institute, we have the Federal Institute of Industrial Research in Lagos that has done a lot on cassava bread. So there are so many areas that the private sector can come, but we need to fund research. One of the challenges we have, I'll give you an example for onions. The main challenge with onions preservation is retaining its essence. When you dry onions, most times that actual flavor, will I say the aroma, is lost. But there are equipment and there are also processes that can be put in place to retain that essence. But there is no funding for things like this. So I would just advise that the private sector should look into research, funding of research institutes, though they are government owned, but when the results come out, they'll be shared to the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that very valuable contributions. So additional contributions, please. Particularly, one thing we've not talked about is people who are likely to have diverging opinions about this. So basically, people who are not going to be happy with some of the solutions we have proffered and are going to try to truncate it, and then how to manage these people so that the solutions actually get implemented. So I'll particularly like to take contributions around that. Yes, Ma, I can see you have your hand on Dr. Nobolo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to respond to Dr. Shoremekun. You know, this is the essence of getting the right people to register for these dialogues. It is the people who are wearing the shoes that know where the shoes pinch. Like if you look at us in this action track 2, I'm not sure that there are business people amongst us. So if there were business people around amongst us, they would have been able to come up with what they perceive as the challenges in their participation in the food system. And then there would have been discussions around it. All the things we are talking about are the things that we know from where we sit, not as business people. And I'm not sure it is like a webinar where we would recommend to the private sector, this is what they should do. It's supposed to come from them as to these are the challenges, and people can brainstorm with them on their challenges and how to address it. Yes, there are issues around post-harvest losses. We know what the private sector can do, but what are the challenges they will face in doing it? Because those are the things that are supposed to come out of this dialogue. So I guess since we don't have them, that's why the discussion has been going this way. Over.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. Additional contributions. And again, particularly, we've not talked about who is likely to oppose any intervention or any, let's not say intervention, we said it's business. Who is likely to oppose even private sector-led solutions to get people to eat healthy? And how can we manage this opposition? Yes, Folake and Jory, and you can always drop your comments in the chat box, please, if you do not wish to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding the people who are likely to oppose, again, like Dr. Adenha just raised, the businesses are the ones who know where it pinches. I've had some interaction of recent in the last 2-3 years with many of them. So the private sector think primarily profit. Anything that would affect bottom line will not work. So we've talked about Nigeria has a multi-sectoral strategy on NCD that beautifully laid out solution for reformulation of food products to reduce trans fat, reduce sugar, reduce salt. I am not even sure of the awareness of that document because many people even within the ministry where it's domiciled don't know it exists. That's one. Secondly, the actions that are supposed to be implemented requires a lot of research-led issues. So if you are to reformulate a product to reduce sugar, you have to try different things. Who pays for this research? So if there is no maybe legislation or standard that is maybe forcing them to do it, private sector will not implement this research. So I hope you are picking these because I feel like I'm talking around. So they will think in that regard. So they will resist every attempt to put in place this legislation, especially when there are no clear pathway to support needed research to help their reformulation, because reformulation may be mean for them change in equipment, change in processing line, and many other issues. So they are critical stakeholders to engage. And if I will build on what Dr. Adeyinka will say, I would say we have the Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network, and that may be a good platform to engage businesses that are already in the food processing landscape, to maybe extract some of these issues from them and know what the challenges may be, then implementing the solutions we may be recommending. Thank you. Over.
Okay, thank you very much. So you just highlighted that. So even the private sector that we're looking at to bring solutions can themselves be instruments of opposition to the solutions that we want. And you've highlighted some of the ways in which we can ensure that they support the solutions rather than oppose them. So additional contributions, I mean, this is an interesting dimension that they're saying that, oh, this needs to be private sector led, we need to do this as a business. But then we're also on the other hand saying that the private sector themselves can be the opposition. So how can we manage, first of all, what kind of opposition, what other kinds of opposition may we expect from the private sector? And then how can we manage this opposition? Comments. And as again, you can drop your comments in the chat box if you don't want to speak. Yes, Mr. Falabi.
So can I disagree on that, on the point the last speaker said that private sectors could be opposition? Because,
yes, you can disagree. That's very fine. I like disagreements. We are here to discuss. So
because I think private sectors, private people in private sector whom I've been opportune to speak with, once there is a gain, once they see the benefit of something, especially the financial benefit of this thing, and then you tell them that this is also the health benefit of something, they are easily motivated to go about doing something. If you're looking at opposition, I think we should look at the government. Many private individuals, they look at the government policies as a threat to them. For instance, I was opportunity to meet one of the CEOs in one of the businesses that we have, and he said that policies in Nigeria is not, they make it like some people make policies in Nigeria and do not even understand implications of doing that. A basic example for everyone here is the policy of Forex in Nigeria today. Like, we just woke up one day and we just discovered new policy about CBN and everything. Like, that is a direct threat to any reasonable person that wants to do business in this country. Like, that's the first example I'm saying. I think the government is the number one threat, and they need to, I think we need to have a collaboration. Like, we need to, like, we call this thing, a tag along, that we need to tag them along in everything the private sectors are doing. Once the government is not really in support, once they wake up and say, oh, we're not more doing this thing, like, the private sector just scatters around. The private sector is ready, willing to do anything as long as it's going to bring that gain that they're looking at. But they cannot expand. They cannot go further because of policies. Policies can change. We can say, okay, no, we want to do something like this. We want to make something like this. We want to make a standard crop. We want to make a standardized guideline, and a new set of people come again and make a different kind of policy. You know, that is a huge threat So in my own opinion, I think we can actually manage that by, continuous engagement with the Nigerian government, because they need to understand that this is more like a life or death issue, and it is business. If they do not grow, they will die. That is just what I think it is. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. So a different opinion in the sense that private sector will not oppose if they are going to make profits from the change, and also bringing up the issue that the enabling environment needs to be consistent. So government policies need to be consistent if we want the actions to be successful, because private sector is not going to be involved or committed as long as there's that fear that, oh, what if I invest money today and then another policy is going to come out tomorrow that will invalidate my investments. And so very important points in terms of divergences that can come up actually in trying to address the solution. And additional comments, and okay, if there are no additional comments on the things we've talked about, one of the things we also need to discuss is in what ways we will know that we are achieving success in all of these things we have talked about. So in terms of the solutions themselves, in terms of the wide range of stakeholders that are being addressed, and in terms of the issues that divergence and seeming opposition or disagreements are being managed. So what factors will we see to know that we are being successful in implementing all these things we've been talking about for the last hour? Yes, comments. You can always drop your comments in the chat box like I mentioned previously. And for people who are new to the discussion, we've been talking about achieving sustainable and healthy diets. How can we get people to eat the healthy foods, reduce the consumption of the unhealthy foods, and also reduce loss of food, so food wastage at household level, so that people have more food to eat. And then I just raised the last discussion point actually. How do we monitor progress? How do we know if we are being successful in some of the solutions we've already highlighted? But you can also talk about the previous questions that we've raised. Yes, Mr. Falabi.
Okay, to the last question you raised, that how do we, I think the way I understand it, are you asking how do we monitor if any of these solutions we prefer is working? How can we measure them? Is that the question?
Yes, so how do we know if the actions, all the solutions, how do we know if they are working?
Okay, I think the one way we can measure these solutions is the improved consumer choice. Like when there's a new preference for a particular kind of food in the market, that is consumer are making more more choices based on this new knowledge that they have about nutrition. I think that is one way we can know that people are actually making the right choices. And also we can know that these solutions are actually making progress. We can actually know we're making progress when there is demand for nutritious foods. And also when the pricing for nutritious food is consistent to or affordable, because it's not because we can say that after we make this progress and the food and what they call it, healthy food becomes very high, that means there's no progress. So if the price or the chance for you to get food that is affordable is relatively low or relatively cheap, that is, you can readily get a nutritious food or a nutritious component to your already daily food. Another way we can measure that is if we see more businesses coming together, or organizations that, or even state organizations or non-profit organizations come together to partner, when we are seeing more collaborations, when we are seeing more strategic movement of people having even what we call a sustainable enterprise, or no, sorry, a social enterprise, when we are seeing more people coming to have social enterprise, to solve this particular kind of problem. And the last metrics that we can look out for is when we can go to the hospital and discover that there's a relatively decrease in the diseases you mentioned earlier, such as obesity, such as hypertension. When people decide to start taking the right food and just reduce those kind of diseases, those non-communicable diseases. So we're having a drop of the prevalence or the incidence of such diseases. I think when we see that, then we know obviously that we're making progress. Over.
Thank you so much. Thank you. These are very important points. So you've raised about 4 different ways in which we can measure if we are being successful. Additional comments. And now we have 4 topics that you can discuss on the table. 1, you can talk about what solutions can we do to ensure that people have healthier consumption patterns. 2, you can talk about what organizations should be involved in providing these solutions and how they should be involved. 3, you can talk about any disagreement or opposition that is likely to occur as we try to implement these solutions and how we can manage the disagreements. And then the 4th one is that you can talk about ways in which we can manage progress towards, we can measure progress towards achieving the solutions, towards improved collaborations with each other, and towards managing conflicts. And in terms of additional contributions, if there's somebody here who is a business owner, and so you are more familiar with some of the challenges that business owners face, please, we would like to hear from you about the solutions we've been discussing and how to manage some of these relationships that have been highlighted. Thank you. Additional comments, please. We are still waiting for additional contributions. We have about 10 more minutes. Okay, so I can see some contributions in the chat box. Thank you. You can always put contributions in the chat box. We monitor the chat box and we'll save it, and your contributions will count also, even in the chat box. Additional contributions, please. either in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself and make your contributions if you want to speak. Okay, in the absence of anybody wanting to make a contribution at the moment, and please, you can always drop your comments in the chat box, even as I make this comments. I'd just like to summarize some of what we've discussed, so that perhaps that will jog people's memories, and if people have any additional thing that they would like to add. So some of the things we've talked about, and I'll highlight these points from the perspective of the producer as well as the consumer. Because this is the Nigerian Economic Summit dialogue, the Yes, apologies. So the broadband came back, so I got switched over again. Sorry about that. So we talked about approaching improved consumption, not as an intervention like malaria or HIV/AIDS, but as a business that people are actually going to be making money from helping consumers to eat healthy. And we talked about the need to make food more affordable for people. We talked about the need to provide guidelines to producers that if people are going to produce healthy foods, then they need to have guidelines on what is a healthy food and how can they produce healthy foods, because there's so much confusing opinions that a lot of people actually do not know what the right definition of healthy foods are. And then we talked about the need for the regulatory agencies to be more effective in terms of regulating what people put in foods, and also ensuring that the claims they put on the nutrient labeling is accurate. And then we talked about the fact that government, so private sector will oppose, may oppose regulation if they feel that maybe they are going to incur additional costs and it's not going to be beneficial to them. But if they are able to see that supporting healthy consumption is going to generate a profit for them, and the government remains consistent in the policy so that they don't lose their investment when they switch to this healthier production practices, and also maybe they get tax relief to help them make some of these changes, that these are some of the ways in which you can ensure that disagreements are minimized between the private sector and the consumers and the government. And we had one speaker highlight for us ways in which we can assess, actually two speakers, because there was a comment in the chat box. So we had ways in which we can identify whether or not we are making progress. And one of the ways is if healthy foods are more affordable, if the demand, so maybe the volume sold of healthy choices increases, if there's more, I think it was social enterprises that the person mentioned, or I guess more collaborations, and then also when there are reductions in non-communicable diseases. And then we had the comment in the chat box that when we have healthy diet guidelines as well as traffic lights nutrient labeling, we can know that
we are achieving success in regards to solutions. So this is from my viewpoint, and again, I said I didn't take detailed notes. I just made one or two jottings here and there. But this is summary of what I have that we've discussed. So if I've missed anything, if you have any additions to this point that you like to contribute, please, we have about 5 minutes more still for discussion. So please go ahead and make your contributions. Thank you very much. Yes, additional content. Okay, yes, sir. I have, I think it's Dr. Abdullahi from FMAD. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm just coming into the meeting. We had some challenges with our system. And I just want to say that I don't have much comment, except that I've just had the last part of the discussion where you're asking for comments based on all this consumer thing and all this thing. And I would want to wait and hear more before I can comment. That's the reason why I opened my mic. Thank you very much. I'm with you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, sir. So what we want comment on is we are trying to get people to eat healthy foods. So more fruits and vegetables, less processed foods, foods that have sugar, high fat, and high salt. And so we're looking for solutions. How can we get consumers to eat healthy? And now solutions from the point of businesses that produce the food for the consumers. So these are the main issues that we are trying to address.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, madam. Having had that, let me briefly tell you in the ministry.
Sorry, sir, we can't hear you very well. Your audio seems to be breaking. Hello? Hello? Okay, it seems like we can't hear Dr. Abdullahi very well. Please, Omolola Oluwadara, I can see your hand up. Yes, please unmute yourself and make your contribution, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to talk about the area of reorientation and sort of advocacy. If the businesses want to go into providing more nutritious options for consumers and you want them to patronize it because they're actually the customers and the buyers, one of the best routes to go through this would be to reorient them. Why should I take food that is probably less sugary with less salt? I have to know the reason. If I'm most likely, I might have to pay more. So once they understand the health risks that they can fall into if they take probably products that have more of these ingredients you have highlighted, they will be more willing to make a shift. But most times when we just tell people to eat healthy, we don't tell them what are the healthy options and also tell them what not eating those healthy options could cost them health-wise. There might be no shift. So if the private sector also partners with probably some government agencies, sponsor some of this reorientation, some of this advocacy, and explain to the consumers that this is why you should go for these options that we are preferring, then they will be more willing to make that shift and it will be profitable to the business owner at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that contribution. Additional contributions, please. Additional contributions. Okay, so I don't know, or any additional comments about all the things we've been discussing. Okay, so I don't know for how long the meeting room is still going to be open. Officially, we are supposed to end by 12:30. So at this point, I think I would like to thank everybody who has participated in this discussion session. I think we have a lot of useful points, very key findings to report back to the plenary. And I also like to thank Mr. Inalegu Aje. Apologies if I didn't pronounce your name very well. And Omori Sola Kazim, who have been taking the notes for this session to ensure that we do not miss anything when we report back to the group, and also when we report back to the Ministry of Budget and Planning. So the room is still open until they move us back to the main room. You can still put your comments in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself and speak. But I just wanted to make sure that I thanked everyone before we got cut off. So thank you.
So I think you can go on with your submission.
Okay, sir. Okay, ma. I just want to note that it is just like we have available access to land and individuals can then leverage on provision by donors for investment. That would be my submission.
Oh, sir, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, let's take issues of data, for instance. The government is the only entity authorized by law to harvest and disseminate data. And that is why you have in Nigeria, the National Bureau of Statistics, and at the state level, you have the State Bureaus of Statistics. You get what I mean? If we needed to collect data, for instance, do we work with the donors to support issues of data collection? We work with the donors, collect data for government, because government is that entity that should store data. And we all know that our major problem today in Nigeria is that we are not empirical enough when we are discussing development issues. So do we seek donor assistance in elevating our efforts with regards to data? When we talk about financial inclusion, the CBN today is stimulating that. The investor may be better positioned to invest in real production within the value chain of a commodity or something. So in trying to discuss this, I'm trying to make us understand that with issues of data, because we've not been able to build the institutional capacities where even the bureaus of statistics at state level can galvanize communities to elevate information to them. In looking at a 3-year plan, for instance, that will lead us to the decade, is it possible for us within this track to say, can the donors support data collection, build capacities, strengthen institutions, assuming we put cooperatives together at community level? Who should be strengthening their capacities? Because very often the private sector
investor may not have the time and patience to put so much money in capacity building. Are we together?
Yes, hello?
Yes, please.
I think we need to be very careful in all this donor sponsoring data. Any data gathering, any donor that sponsors data gathering does so for his own use. I strongly feel our government should be responsible enough to know what is good for them and go for it by funding the type of data they want for their development needs. Don't wait for any donor. Any donor that wants to support data gathering is doing it for his own purpose. And in most cases, such purposes are even against the national interest. They will just give you what they want to discredit you. And since you don't even have anything, you cannot disprove what they say. We have the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, the NBS. So NBS is effectively funded. They should just be made to take over their responsibility effectively. But I can tell you, NBS is doing its bits, but most of the government agencies are not responsive. So we should get up and speak to one another to raise our heads up to be responsible as a people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's a valid position that we need to take. But if other government agencies are not responding to data issues, in our circumstance, we are looking at advancing equitable livelihoods. How do we empower the rural person who is actually pivotal in almost everything we do, about whether agri or production or whatever? How do we empower them to be able to get government's attention with regards to data? Because for us, this is very, very key. If you do not have data, planning is always a very big problem. Allocation of resources is also a big problem. So how do we address this? I agree with you that government should take that responsibility.
Can
but
we
how do we get? Yes, please.
Can we start like this? For example, yes. How much of the annual budget that goes to agriculture reaches the rural populace? If we start from there, we will know that the rural populace we're expecting to get all this data from, to gather this, to do that, have little or no touch with what is happening at the federal or even at the government level, even in their states. So that is where it should start. You want government to do this? Oh, you are seeking government presence. Is the government thinking of the people? I'm sorry to put it this way. Our government today, to a large extent, we have slaughtered responsibility on the platform of political expediency, political correctness. And as long as we continue to ride on that path, the people will get nothing from this. So all we sit here to talk, the rural populace, they need this, the rural populace, they need, because the rural populace want changes. That's why they come out to vote. At the end of the day, do they get what they ask for? No. So the people that make decisions are all there for themselves. So regardless of what we sit here to talk from tomorrow till next, it is when the people have a will, people coming out of them, unfortunately too, the rural populace are part of those that we clap for these fellows when they pick a few out of them to dole out some little change to them. Right on, you are the one there. Until we can call a spade, what is right and what is wrong, and we collectively condemn everything that is wrong and choose to change. Otherwise, we will get nowhere. We will repeat this same meeting next year. We will still be talking the same thing. So it is a collective responsibility from the government and the governed. Thank you.
So, sir, please, in just one sentence, how do you think that we can make government to take responsibility of generating data that we can use? How do we do that? So that even
that's why government has the National Bureau of Statistics. That is the responsibility of MBS. And I know they are working very, very assiduously at different levels of governance in this country. But in some cases, I know of some ministries, they will even invite them for meetings to get the necessary data and make them, okay, what are the things we need here? What are the things but people are just not responsive. Of course, nothing is coming out of such. So people will not go there. I mean, the psychic of most Nigerians and the generality of the people, we have been so impoverished that every little thing we look at what is coming to me there. And that is why we don't get nowhere. So MBS is doing its bit, and that is.
Can I just suggest something quickly?
Yes, sir.
This is a dialogue put together by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. The idea is to escalate private sector involvement in the Nigerian food system. Now, we all know that data is a problem. Can we say we work with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group to escalate data collection in such a manner that we report same to the Bureau of Statistics, even if it's going to be the normal returns, monthly returns of information from rural communities to the State Bureau of Statistics or something? Because if we don't create some actionable arrangement, we may not be able to deal with this. Are we together?
You are correct, absolutely.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, what should be, can we agree on the role of the investor? The thinking is that the private sector investor is a businessman. Yes, he wants to invest in maybe cassava production, but he is not available across the country, but has funding. How do we create a framework besides what the federal government is doing through CBN and NISA, so that the private sector who is investing in some commodity value chain is guaranteed of that return on his investments? Hello? Are we together?
I want
to hear you.
Yeah, but did you get what I said? We have agreed. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we are hearing.
Okay.
I'm hearing.
We have agreed that we need to aggregate our rural populations into cooperatives and associations. And we know that the private sector investor would love to do business anywhere. The issue now is, how do we organize the private sector investor who is willing to invest in a rural community that is producing, for instance, cassava? What kind of framework can we put together? And I'm saying this because we know that CBN is doing something, we know NISAL is doing something, we know a whole lot of agencies are doing quite a number of things on the ground. But like somebody said, how impactful has this been at the rural level? So we need to find a solution that the private sector will be guaranteed that its investment that is going somewhere in Jigawa State for cassava production or rice production, some commodity business, can be guaranteed. We have laid the first foundation, which is having cooperatives. Now, how do we ensure that that private sector investor who is putting his monies through a bank can get to that association in Jigawa State that can produce what that investor requires, and the investor gets back his investments. Because that's where the big problem is.
Hello. My intervention. Hello.
I'm hearing you, please.
Okay. What I would rather we consider is the fact that how do we leverage on existing information that is available to make it the base for this intervention. I mean, I'm very aware of the staple crop report that has identified different crops that are good for a particular area in the country. So why don't we start with that as a basis for encouraging investors to go into those communities? I mean, the northern part that is cultivating rice, it wouldn't be it would be a no-brainer for any investor who is interested in rice cultivation to go into those communities, and it will easily leverage on existing knowledge and resources, which are very germane into protecting investment. And then for other crops, you can reach out to those communities, and then from there, either assist in putting together a cooperative or identify existing cooperative. And talking about cooperative, I think, and I'm speaking from experience, I've been part of a trade cooperative. The agri-cooperative model is a bit not fit for purpose. Most of the existing cooperative operation still model after making small contribution and looking for how at the end of the year there is a share. I mean, the normal ones that we're all used to. But I think I might also be willing to learn at this point. Then there seems not to be a credible management process for specialized cooperative, of which agri fall in. I would like to put that on the table. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you raised something that is very, very fundamental. You talked about information.
Yes.
You talked about information. I think that this is what we need more, creating an information platform. You get what I mean? Where across the country, rural farmers can be available on that platform. Cooperatives can be available on that platform. I don't know if you understand what I mean. That platform
yes, I do. And I know that a lot of such platforms that are presently available are strictly for the use of the promoters.
Yeah, but we need to either create.
Maybe is there a way we can make it open source?
Very good. Can we have some coordination of that, or could we create some synergy or link? So these are the things now that we can be talking with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group to say, look, we already have several of these platforms. You get what I mean? Can we create some synergy, or can we integrate? So one of the things going forward that we need to do is integration of farmers' field information. You get what I mean? Farmers' field information.
I think it will help a lot, because organizations like Farm Crowdy, some of them, and I cannot remember their names of now, have been keeping people's data And they've been, I mean, giving returns on different, I've seen a lot of adverts saying, put 50,000 in cassava and 30,000 in 6 months, you know?
Okay,
maybe
that's good enough. I think that's a very valid point that we're going to work on. Just to make sure that those who are recording are following up, there was an intervention that said government should provide leadership with regards to data. So just have a bullet point saying that government should provide leadership. Government at all levels should provide leadership on data collection, management. Government at all levels should provide leadership on data collection and management. Okay, thank you very much. We still have a lot to do because we have issues of markets, education. Well, we have talked about cooperatives. We now have talked about data. We've talked about adequate capital and all of that. So how do we provide education for the rural farmer? Hello?
Through the extension agents.
Hello, okay. I have my hand up. Can I speak?
Yes.
My name is Victor Adejo. I work with Synagos. I just wanted to make two quick observations that cuts across some of the questions you have asked. One of the contributions I want to make is around policy. When we speak about government's obligation, we need to look at what the policies of government are in terms of addressing these issues that we are focused on. It will be critical to know that for private sector effective engagement, there needs to be stakeholders meeting with government that allows us to develop and formulate policies that address these specific issues around equitable livelihoods. And so in this regard, I would want to advance policy formulation, different levels of training. Again, when research outcomes come, are shared, how are we able to know the direction to go? So because government does regulate some of the research outcomes, it will also be good to capture government's support through training. It also aligns with this, the last question you just asked, in terms of how will we improve the capacity. So the CBA model through extension service is another key driving component to build farmers' capacity. However, the policies need to explain who is doing what institutionally, so that we will see clearly what private sector is doing in terms of extension and what government is also doing in terms of extension, and allow a regulatory framework within the policy that guides government and indeed the private sector in engaging farmers. So nobody just jumps out of the blues and is building farmers' capacity without aligning to government policies. These are my reflections. Thank you.
Victor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Very good. I think you've raised a number of very salient issues. You're talking about some level of policy coordination,
yes,
which is very, very important. So one point that we need to take out of Victor's submission is that we need to have policy coordination. Number two, he's talking about, I think that we should just look at coordination of policies, coordination of programs, because everybody seems to be in the field doing training. Nobody is talking about the value of training to government policy or the direction of economic growth.
True.
You get what I mean? So
agreed.
One of the things we want to see is that we need to strengthen coordination in the agricultural and food system, emerging food system in Nigeria. So we need to be coordinating training, extension services. In fact, in some meetings in the last few weeks, we are advocating for private sector extension services because we realize that extension agents in most government establishments are retiring. And government doesn't have the patience to develop the kind of technology or innovations that you require to be more competitive or globally competitive in the agricultural sector. So, Secretariat, you note coordination, policy and program coordination in the agricultural food system, agriculture and the food system, emerging food system in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Victor, for that intervention. And then the other thing that we need to deal with is the issue of, I think that we need to even put, with programs, I think that is addressed. Okay, quickly, can we look at the markets? Let me share some of these with you. Do we have a large market in Nigeria? The answer is yes. Over 200 million people are coming from outside producing for the Nigerian market. So how do we deal with the markets in Nigeria? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
So I would like to make another contribution here about the market.
Yes, please.
There is a disconnect between farmers and the market. This disconnect is around the lack of trust in the system. So we need to look at issues of quality as well as quantity for supply, and also look at the standards that are valuable to guarantee the commodities or the food items, as the case may be, in the market. What qualifies or what standard are farmers adapting that the market, that drives the market, or the other way around? Again, it boils down to the kind of policies that we have. It boils down to the systems that we have to certify what goes into the market. You'll pardon me, but for us in Senegals, we believe in trust building. How do we create the connect between the market and the farmers? We need to develop a trust building process, which allows us to have a platform. There is no feedback between the farmers and the market most times. Again, it's not enough when they get extension services and then they do not get linkage to markets. So there should be a platform that connects farmers and the market in a way that quality, quantity, and standards pull farmers together in a way that the market will meet its demands and farmers will also be able to improve their livelihoods through the linkage to the markets. Thank you.
I would like to add something, or rather put it on the table. Mr. Moderator, sir.
Yes, please.
A lot of time we tend to, when we're having this kind of conversation, there's also a mixed up between subsistence farming and commercial farming.
Yeah.
You understand? And for a subsistence farmer, he just wants to, most of them just want to put the seed in the soil and hope that in 3 months or in 4 months, he goes there and he picks. We can only talk about standard when we are talking about commercial and mechanized farming, because that's when, even when you look at the cost of getting certification, that is when it becomes business imperative. So following what the earlier speaker mentioned, we should, I remember when the youth entrepreneurial project was launched. One of the key part of that project was that they were going to make available tractors and make it a commercial-oriented venture, in which case it's become very attractive for the youth and the wannabes. This, I don't know if it has been taken to the next level. Because as of today, I've been looking, because I have a peculiar interest in trying to create a second line of employment for footballers in agriculture. And I've been looking for reports that chronicle the YEEP project. It is not available. So one of the things I also noticed is that when all this project comes up, there's no proper monitoring and evaluation to see what can be improved and to see the result. Everybody goes with the euphoria of the launch and trust civil servant after the launch. They write their memo and they keep it in their files.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Let's go back to, sorry, you didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Femi Abioye.
Okay, Femi. I'll just put you and Mr. Dejo together because I'm trying to get a summary of what has happened in the market situation we're looking at. Adejo just raised a number of very salient points. First, we need to create trust. If we need to develop a sustainable market, we need to have trust. We need to be clear about what quantity is being produced, what quality is being produced, what are the standards we are looking at. Then if we will be able to deal with issues of quantity, quality, and standards, how do we link markets? Now, the markets may be there. So these are things that we need to also talk about. And then I think that you are the one who also talked about issues of certification. We need to begin a huge program of certification. One of the reasons why we are not competitive is that our farms and our farmers are not certified or accredited in such a manner that they can produce for certain markets in the world. And that is why, for those of you who are conversant with export trade, most of the people who produce in Nigeria have to go through Ghana to export. So, and all of this boils down to some of the issues raised by Adejo. Standards, certification, we need to look at that. The next bullet point that is very, very important that Femi raised, the issues of, I will add to it, supervision, inspection, monitoring, evaluation. All of us have failed in this regard. I agree with you that after launches like this, beautiful memos are written, but nobody follows up on anything. Nobody supervises what is going on. Nobody provides any information. So we want to institutionalize issues of supervision, inspection, monitoring, and evaluation. So this should be another bullet point. Secretariat, can you note this? We need to institutionalize inspection, supervision, monitoring, and evaluation, even at the private sector end of this. Thank you very much, Femi. Thank you, Mr. Dejo. I'm seeing Ayayinka's hands up.
Yes, this is actually, my hand is still up, and this is actually Buffy Okeke Ojudu. I'm not too sure why my name says Ayayinka on the screen.
You said your name is what?
My name is Buffy Okeke Ojudu.
Okay, Buffy?
Buffy as in B-U-F-F-Y.
F-Y. Okay, Buffy. Yeah, go on, please.
Yes. Hello. So I'm with Zebra Agro Industries. And a thought that came to mind, cutting across some of the topic heads that were raised, particularly for market, is the major problem we face in agriculture. So I'm a processor. And it's an infrastructure gap in agriculture locally in Nigeria. So when you're coming in as an investor, you find that having the capital is now not enough. You have the capital, you have to organize the farmers, you have to organize logistics, storage, and at the same time, you have to sort out and hustle for your market, be it through middlemen or going directly. There was a time in Nigeria where it was plug and play. If you look at the model in the 60s across the regional governments then, I can speak about the Eastern Regional Government. Back then, they had a system in place that was very efficient, yeah? So you had the farm settlements, and the farm settlements is where they organized the farmers, extension services, et cetera, et cetera. Then you had the produce buyers. The produce buyers were investors who were licensed to either buy for export or process. They were mostly processors. So you would get a license like that just the same way someone would get an oil exploration license, yeah? And then you had the marketing board, which was government driven, which would now, obviously help ensure stability of prices, but also work to market the products that are coming out of those agricultural clusters or those regions. So the marketing board had its local office, and it would have offices even outside of the country. In London, they'd have an office. In America, they might have an office. So as an investor, when you're coming in with your capital and your ability to process. And there's already infrastructure in place where you plug into that. Now, if we are able to replicate that again, even in a small, using maybe a state as an example or a local government, and just test out that model and see how it works. Because right now, for an investor, people are tending to go towards commodities where they are very sure of even mainly local uptake. For example, things like oil palm, where you're sure of the local. But then there are other categories. For example, we had an order for cassava-based ethanol. There's a big ethanol factory in Enugu. We were trying to supply them the cassava they needed. The price for cassava in one state was very different from the price of cassava in another state. Even across local government, you had different prices of cassava. Now, this is the sort of thing the marketing board would be working with you to regulate.
Yeah.
But you don't have to deal with that headache. Imagine an ethanol plant having to hustle for its inputs, yet the inputs exist. So it's not like the farmers are not producing it in large enough quantities. It's that infrastructure. So I think if we're able to institute a plug and play model, we don't even have to think too far. As I said, that system has existed before. And we might just need to tweak it a little bit here and there. But I think that that might be something worth looking at.
Thank you very much, Buffy. I think that you just made a game-changing point here with regards to what systems do we put in place. I agree with you totally that we need to create a system where we identify where the primary producer is, who is going to be doing the buying of the produce, who is going to be playing the role of the regulator within that chain. You get what I mean? And then all the other issues that need to go with that. So absolutely, I think we now need to look at the systems with regards to contemporary demands of a commodity value chain. That's where my tweaking will come, because you've talked about farm settlements. Yes, we used to have that. The big issue today, only the commercial farmers are strong enough to put up settlements. And that is why if you operate within the East and some states in the South and some states in the West, a lot of the plantations have been taken over by private ventures. You get what I mean? Oil plantations have been taken over, and they are sustaining this same system that you're talking about. In this case, they produce what they want, process it to what they want, and export or take it to their own market. So I agree with you that we need to create this kind of system. What I need to also put here is the fact that today, what you demonstrated is what used to be then, but today we talk about value chains. You see that, for instance, the palm producer begins with the palm plantation. The owner of the plantation may be different. You have somebody who does the processing, who may be different now.
Yes.
And then you have those who come to buy the processed oil palm or the palm kernel, who goes further to produce the piquet oil, and then has the palm cake, palm kernel cake, and all of that for the feed industry. So I agree with you that we'll go with this system, but we need to tweak it in such a way that it can meet the contemporary demands of our society. Because somebody had said, the big player who is a commercial farmer is the fellow who needs to bother about standards. And I want to say no, for the simple reason that we need to grow our small farmers to feed and support the commercial farmers. Because sometimes you have supply gaps, and the commercial farmers may need to look for the smallholder farmers to support that gap. You get what I mean?
Agreed.
Good.
Totally agree with you. I imagine that. So when I mentioned settlements, so settlements was the way they had them before.
Yes.
Now, obviously, it's smallholder farming.
Yes.
Now, I think the same principle could apply where, because you have produce buyers and produce buyers, which is kind of in a roundabout way what the Anchor Borrower Program was trying to be.
Yes.
And produce buyers, there'd be a specific grade, let's say grade A or grade B of a particular commodity.
That's where the standardization comes in.
Exactly. If the smallholder farmers are now oriented to know that, listen, don't have to hustle for market. That once you produce grade A or grade B of this thing,
there's a market for your produce.
Exactly. And then those processors who are buying it directly there from the farmers, if they in turn also know that the government or whoever is stepping in as what the marketing board used to be, is working with you for the sale of that same commodity. So that means all I have to worry about is processing my cassava. So if I'm going to put in a $1 million investment, I know, okay, I'm putting in a $1 million investment. I know where my crops are coming from because they've organized those farmers and they're oriented to know what grade I need. And then I know where I'm selling because I know the state or the region or the local government, whoever it is, the marketing board is working with me. I also don't have to worry about those price fluctuations. So A, the price fluctuations are attainable in the market, and B, selling my commodities. So my thing is simply plug and play. Bring my investments. That way, when you're having a conversation with me and saying, come and invest in XYZ state, these are the commodities we have. As long as you have the money and the expertise in processing, you're good to go. You don't have to worry about anything because we have the market and we have the raw material. You know, and then for the farmer, you don't have to worry about the immediate market because we have the produce buyers who are going to buy from you. So it now becomes the state or the local government's responsibility to find that external market. So, and then we can now create that infrastructure gap that exists in data, aggregation, storage, logistics. People can now fill in all of those gaps because it's plug and play. You know, people would buy trucks. People wouldn't normally go and invest in trucks and tankers. But once there was Total and all of those guys saying, you can put your trucks into our fleet, every young man wanted to buy a truck to put into one of those fleets. You know?
Buffy, just hold on there. We've dealt with the systems that we want to look at. Now, let me take you back to the issues of infrastructure gaps. Now, we need to be clear on what we should consider as infrastructure gap when we are talking about commodity, agribusiness, and all of that. Now, I'll share this with you. As little as access road. Access road.
Yes.
We've had studies conducted by, I think, African Development Bank under the RAM program that showed that access to farmland reduced logistic costs by nearly 60 to 75%.
Agreed.
And even the time for movement of commodity. So I want you to share your thinking on how do we deal with, first, let's consider what the infrastructure, when we are talking about equitable livelihood, what should be the infrastructure that we need to look at. You've mentioned some of them. You talked about storage facilities. You talked about haulage. You've talked about those issues. These are issues we need to put together, because within the value chain of any commodity, you realize that from the farm gate to the shelf, you need somebody to transport, you need storage facility, you need electricity or energy. You get what I mean? So we need to now speak as those who are advancing this to say, with regards to infrastructure, how do we manage the gap? Please, this is open to all of us. I know that I've been talking to Buffy on this, but it's open to all of us. We can make our submissions on this, so we're very, very clear on which direction we want to go to.
So I think that, so the first step for any state or region that's trying to do it is to identify what commodities it is you want to focus on. Now, there's certain infrastructure, like you mentioned, road networks. That's a government, state or federal led thing, and it's somewhat heavy. So I like to think of what is somewhat heavy and political. So I like to think of what might be achievable sooner, faster, and can be driven by private sector as well. Okay. Yeah. And in that, we have decent enough, not perfect, but decent enough road networks that at least trucks can ply. So I think that the infrastructure that I imagine, and I'm speaking also from my own experience and the experience of other processors who I interact with, is things like what I mentioned before. Logistics. Is there an identifiable company that we know across the country or in a region or in a state that is focused? We know, let's call it agro trucks. And agro trucks, the way you have Uber, is the go-to with a standardized price on quality and insurance, everything. But when I want to move my commodities from my farmers to my factory, right? Who is that person? And then when I also want to move it from my factory to either a warehouse or my off-taker, who is that person? What's that company? How can they be supported or how can they be created? The same thing applies to storage. The same thing applies to alternative power. I know some young guys who are doing things in the power regards, who are working with factories to create low-cost models to power these modular and smaller factories, solar powered, et cetera, et cetera. Who are those guys? How can they be supported? The Uber of that particular sector, you know, because Uber exists and it's working very greatly without governments. You know, we're not really talking about the roads anymore. It's the fact that there's something where we can come on the platform and there's a standardized price that we can predict. And for an investor, the ability to predict what tomorrow is going to be and the day after tomorrow, and the ability to hold somebody accountable, it gives you confidence. So how do we create that in this space? And how do the different actors in this space come together, form some sort of a consortium think tank body, to ideate on this and propagate it and have a pilot which can be launched very quickly. It could be a local government, as I said, or a state. And all of these little gaps we find, as I said, transportation, be it road or the trucking system, storage, offtake, price standardization. I would put all of these as infrastructure, right? And how do we test that out? I'm side skirting around the issue of actual roads because I find that somewhat political, and you know, we can talk about that for the next 20 years and Nigeria will be Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for this submission. Well, let me just share what I've been able to pick out of.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. Yes. One thing that I think might be important. Technology has made it easy for us to achieve this. The problem is that most people, and most young people who are delving into technology, are coming from a fintech or e-retail perspective, right? And not really from the core agricultural background. Because if they are coming from an agricultural background, they understand that so technology really is an enabler, right? You can't avoid the brick and mortar of agriculture. So most of all of these agri-tech companies are coming up with financial solutions, yes, and ways that people can invest in the space, but they are not bridging these gaps, the challenges that the farmers are still facing. So you can give the farmer money, yes, but he still faces the same challenges. Because a processor who has invested millions in a factory faces a lot of challenges. So how do we now leverage technology so that all of these things are connected? I was earlier on the call, I overheard conversations around creating a platforms to aggregate data and put farmers and everybody in one place. Conversations can happen. And there are few of them existing right now. But the question now becomes, how do we create that body that is recognizable, or maybe one or two bodies that are recognizable in the country, where we know, okay, if you are doing ABC in agriculture, these are the channels, and they connect buyer to seller, they connect processor to transportation, they connect processor to warehouse, they connect, you know, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. I think that we have actually dealt with quite a number of issues now. We've talked about technology, we've talked about logistics, we've talked about who should be responsible for what. In fact, when it comes to road infrastructure, government should be totally responsible for road infrastructure. We've talked about low-cost modular energy sources to support as little as storage, as little as communication, as little as that platform that we require, that we can be updating the farmer or the market about information that is available 24 hours in a day, maybe 7 days in a week, and 365 days in a year. So we need that kind of thing. So thank you very much. Secretariat, some of the things we have looked at with regards to infrastructure. Technically, government should be responsible for road infrastructure. Private sector can be encouraged to support issues of logistics, low-cost energy windows, and then we need to also move technology to address issues of agribusiness, because what we are seeing largely is technology in the financial sector. And then he talks about predictability. I think we should take that to trust. If we trust what the system is offering, and then we are comfortable with the pricing system, we are also certain that investments can be guaranteed. I'm sure that the investor or the players within that sector should be able to have enough trust to operate within that system. Thank you very, very much for that intervention. I think I sincerely do appreciate that. But let me take you back to the issues of logistics, and you tried to liken Uber to what is going on. Our concern here is to look at livelihoods. And if you look at the entry points, we are looking at women, young people in rural setting. That's what we are looking at. Can we, as conceptualized by you with regards to logistics, look at very simple model of haulage arrangements in communities? Let me share this with you. The Keke Napep concept can move raw materials from the interiors to the nearest collection center, aggregation center. Is it possible for us to begin to look at that concept so that our young men and women who are without jobs can be part of this kind of logistic arrangements for hauling raw materials to the nearest aggregation center? Is it possible?
Yes, I believe it is very possible. And it's interesting that you mentioned the Keke model, because this is a model that we also use to feed our factories.
Okay.
And to
Thank
feed
you
our
very
storage
much. Thank you very, very much. Yes,
can I point out? Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello?
Come on. Yes.
I want to. Yes, please.
Yes, please go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
All right. I still want to, let's go back to the first principle. I like the way Mr. Duru started his presentation. There's still something that I think we are still not certain about is what size of farm settlement are we looking at in terms of acreage, in terms of topography. There are so many other classifications that are already there that will enable a farm settlement to be commercially viable. And when it is when I'm talking about commercial viability, I'm talking about large acreage of land. In those kind of scenario, it is easier to get roads to there. Because even in clearing of the land itself, you are creating pathway. I mean, I've seen a banana plantation in Côte d'Ivoire that is almost a local government in Nigeria. And those kind of, I don't know whether those are the kind of livelihood that we're talking about. We need to start putting this in silos, in acreage, so that if we say, okay, in this local government that we have, I mean, like Mr. Dudu said, if in this local government you can get 200 acreage of land, and we decide to farm or to put cassava based on geological.
Hello? Hello, we are losing you.
Okay. Based on those acreages, then it becomes easier to then plan around the other infrastructure that we're talking about.
Okay,
so
valid point.
I think the first way is, let's determine what a farm settlement should be for different staple crops in different zones.
Okay, thank you very much. You have you've made this another very valid point here, and let me share this experience with you. You know, if you look at the Anchor Borrower program, for instance, that is driven by CBN, the minimum is 1 hectare per farmer, and you need to aggregate the number of farmers to be part of that cluster. You know, that's one model that is running, and it seems to be making some sense. You raised the issues of topography. You know, in some parts of Nigeria, you could find one farmer having up to 10 hectares of land. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I will see.
Okay, you can find one farmer having up to 10,000 hectares of land, contiguous. But if you go to certain parts of Nigeria, you also discover that you can't have contiguous land.
Up to that.
You get what I mean? And
yeah, I do. So
those are the challenges that are confronting us right now that makes agriculture not very competitive in certain parts of the country. So you can't go to certain parts, like if you go to the South, certain parts in the South, you may not be lucky to find 10,000 hectares of contiguous land for cultivation of rice or one commodity. So what do we do with those kind of people? So we are now beginning to say, okay, fine, can we cluster you along farming routes? Because you have communities that farm along routes. Can we also cluster you along according to your village? Because there are certain villages that show comparative advantages in certain commodities. So these are things that working with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, we begin to say, okay, fine, how do we address this inequality? Because I see it as an, it's not, when you look at all of the schemes that are running, you realize that because we do not have the same topography, most farmers are not as competitive as others. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So
yeah, I
we
do.
need
I think that accounts for some of the things that Mr. Dudu talked about
Yes.
in terms of price variability.
Price variability, because yes, he raised that.
Because if I produce on a 1 acre and it take me so much pressure or pains,
yes,
I will sell according to that.
Yes.
And somebody in another environment can cultivate 10 acres with less stress.
Yes.
You understand? So
Yes.
I think this livelihood projection, we should go back to the first basis, which is encouraging clusters of mechanized farms.
Okay. Okay, that's very noted. So we are going to be looking at clusters and cooperative farming and all of that. This will also help us improve production and productivity, especially in areas where we need to contend with the topography of land that is available for farming. Thank you very much, Femi. Thank you very much, Buffy. I think that it's well noted that we need to address the issues of peculiarities. So, Secretariat, can you note that in trying to push this agenda, advance our efforts with regards to equitable livelihood, we need to also look at the peculiarities of the various sections of the country and see if we can domesticate support based on the peculiarities that we have. And then I go back to what Buffy said, we need to be competitive in our pricing in such a manner that those who produce can also find the same markets to sell their products. Thank you very much. Quickly, we still have a number of issues that we need to address. I know that technically we've talked about energy, but let's look at how do we address issues of inputs. And then we have the issues of irrigation also. Let's take the rice commodity, for instance. It's possible in certain parts of Nigeria to produce rice 3 times in a year. But for us to do that, if we consider irrigation as an infrastructure or the dam system as an infrastructure, it will mean that somebody needs to produce this infrastructure, either the dam and irrigation services. And in Nigeria, we have statutory agencies that have been mandated to provide this. How best can we leverage on this? Please, the floor is open. Hello? Hello, can anybody hear me?
So I missed your question.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I said we have talked extensively about infrastructure. And if we need to be competitive, we should be able to produce more than one cycle. And I took rice, for instance. And I said that there are certain parts of this country that we can produce rice 3 times in a year. But for us to do this, we need to look at additional infrastructure like irrigation services or dam services. And already there are government agencies mandated to provide dam and irrigation services. So how do we leverage on this to enhance productivity? I ran into this. Can I get back to my screen? Click here. Hmm?
Yeah, click here.
Yeah.
Huh? No. This inbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, click it. Wait, no, go back there. Come
here.
Yeah. Yes. Same is different. Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah. This big one. Check this big one.
Yeah. Agree. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we are with you.
Let's keep talking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, so I need your contributions with regards to how best can we leverage the irrigation or dam services to enhance agricultural production.
So to my knowledge, I don't know how decentralized some of these services are. I must confess, I don't know much about the irrigation or dam services as offered by the government, but the few services that I do know that are offered by the government, I think they're a bit way too centralized. So you find people, for instance, one of the communities where our farmers, our smallholder farmers who feed our factories are, they've been calling me for the past 2 to 3 weeks, asking for tractor services, extension, and some other random services that we don't provide, and saying, even if we don't, can we recommend somebody? And I asked them who they worked with in the government offices like NERSAL, et cetera, because they said they're familiar with those people. And, there were no answers. So I figured if, and I think this also falls on a state as well, not just the federal government, but if they're able to set up these service offices, maybe every local government is mandated to have one, I don't know, so that these places are like a one-stop shop where people come to and they connect you to the rest. The equivalent of what a state investment promotion office would do for a state, And with that sort of a thing, so that the farmers, processors, anybody who needs any form of help, be it irrigation, be it extension, be it just market information, you go to that office within, for example, that local government. I think the local government level is the highest level that should be, because agriculture is very rural. If it could even be town by town, better, but let's just assume local government,
Thank you very much, because this is just what I wanted to hear. This is exactly what we should be pushing for. We need to strengthen the local government authorities to be able to support economic growth.
Exactly.
And one of the ways we can do this is by having, let's say, a one-stop shop in the local government council, where if you want irrigation services, for instance, tractorization, mechanized services, you know, that kind of thing, input and all of that, you can just go there. And like you said, there is nothing wrong for us to, in advancing the argument that every community should have a service center for agriculture.
Exactly.
I don't know if you understand.
I agree with you completely. We call it AGS, and AGS.
Call it whatever name, but we need to advance arguments where communities will be empowered in such a manner that if you want a tractor, you just go to a service center in your community and say, look, my land is ready for tractorization. I need a tractor and it will take us maybe the next 2 days. If you don't have the money, there's an agency that can advance you that money to pay for that service. I don't know if you understand.
Exactly.
Hello.
And then every agri processing business or whatever in that area can also be required to register with their local, whatever local government you're operating in. You register with that office there. And it's to your advantage because they connect you to things happening, farmers, whatever the case is.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that we necessarily have to. So I'm a very action-oriented person, sorry. So I don't even think it's even a thing of dialogue that much. I think it's dialogue to find out who are interested in having a pilot of this. All we really need is conversations around the pilot. Once there is one pilot that has been run for 6 months, there are monies available locally and internationally to push it and propagate it. But then the conversation will drag if, we say we want to meet government and we go back and forth and, talking to people who are very comfortable collecting their salaries. It might be another thing. But if we have a test case, a pilot in a 1 or 2 or 3 local governments of choice, or maybe even one, then that could be a microcosm that can be used for a larger conversation to say, and then there are metrics attached to this. There are organizations that also monitor and evaluate these metrics, right? To say, okay, the average farmer in the local governments where this was instituted, their income went up by X%. The average processing factory in an area where this was instituted, their turnaround time went up by X%. Their cost went down by this percent. The average farm was affected first, how was the mixed cropping when they had this? So you would now have those data points with which we can use to have conversations that are beyond sentimental,
Yeah.
And you can't argue with it.
Thank you very, very much. I think that, unfortunately, I think I've lost certain parts of my technology, so I'm slightly incomplete now. But Secretariat, take note, we need to encourage local government service centers for issues of mechanization, irrigation services. We also need to encourage communities to have such service centers where farmers can make requests for such services, and encourage service providers to be registered at the local government levels and the community level where they can provide such services. And then I agree with the last speaker, but let me say that, and I still argue on this, that we are still a government-dependent private sector economy. And the reasons I'm saying this is because there are certain things in Nigeria that the private sector still cannot achieve. Only very few corporate organizations can do that for themselves. So we still need to look at the best ways to collaborate with the government at federal, state, and local government levels to support the development of this infrastructure. And if this infrastructure can be developed and put out on some private sector, public sector management arrangement, the government can put up this infrastructure and the private sector manages these services in such a way that government can generate revenue. I think that should be the bottom line here. But we need to work with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group to look at the mechanisms, what frameworks we need to put in place, who guarantees what, and how do we make this relationship fruitful. So those are the kind of things that I think that this discussion should be able to establish. So thank you very much. We will have to take a number of other issues like processing. I know that Bofi talked about he being a processor. We need to share this. How do we compete globally? Because now we are no longer thinking that competition should be within. Our products from the farm gate should get into the international market. That will mean that our processing should be to international standard. Our packaging should be to international standard. Information should be there. We have agreed on that, that we need to create an information platform where all what we are doing should be available. You know, so my take now is, how do we process and package products for the market, international markets, local and international markets? Is anybody there, please? Hello? Hello?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, did you hear me?
Yes, I did. The issue about value addition, I think, is very germane in the sense that it is what brings returns up and above harvest income, and the fact that it also prevents wastage. So we only just need to benchmark against international best practices so that, like you rightly said, we can get those products into those markets. I mean, I recently stumbled on somebody producing using coconut as a flakes, something that can be then taken as a cereal, or you can snack on it. I mean, these are things that the international market will easily accommodate because they are used to snacking and taking cereal as for breakfast. You understand? So, like we've always agreed, information is very, very critical. We need to see the end from the beginning in terms of the ecosystem and the value chain development. We need certification from the farm gate to harvesting to getting into factory and all the entire work. So we just need to benchmark against international acceptable standards. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So, Secretariat, note with regards to value addition, and value addition here will mean that we are looking at processing, we are looking at packaging, branding, all of that should be matched, benchmarked with international standard. Okay. We are doing great. We've not received any warning yet from the curator. The last issues that we need to talk about will be, how do we get the farmer to be in front and at the center of the Nigerian food systems discussion? Hello?
Mr. Moderator, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
There's something that I wanted to find out. You started earlier, and I think we diverted your attention. You were talking about how do we train young men and young women in the rural. And again, I speak to something that's already existing. And I wanted to ask how difficult is it to extend some of this initiative in terms of, I mean, I've seen a couple of organizations coming to say they want to train and send people to IITA or send them to Levities, or I know of an organization who said they will train you and you will then go and grow for them. I'm just, I mean, in line with the thinking of one of the initiatives that I'm working on, who should be responsible for training our young one in the to become entrepreneurs?
Very good. I think that if you recall, I think two people raised the centrality of government in all of this. I think Adejo did mention something around having the government play central role, and then Buffy also tried to also escalate that consideration. Truth to be told, in everything we are doing, the government is central to even issues of capacity building and training. Now, if you go to countries like Ghana, even Sierra Leone or Benin Republic, for you to be part of an agric business whose commodity finds itself in the what we call the national gross national product framework, you need to be certified. You get what I mean? You need to be certified. And that certification process is regulated around government legislations and policies. You get what I mean? So if, for instance, Femi is in Ibadan and Femi is producing cocoa or is a cocoa farmer, Femi is first certified as a cocoa farmer that is known, your data is available, which is what we had discussed before. That same information on Femi shows that Femi has 20 hectares of cocoa farm and is capable of producing 30 metric tons every quarter. And because Femi has been captured in the database, the processing, quality standards and all of that, Femi adheres to that, because for Femi's cocoa to leave his farm, he must have been, it should be established that the basic quality assurance arrangements or expectations or demands have been met by Femi. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yes, I
do.
do.
For us to get it right with regards to capacities, we need to begin to ask ourselves, if we need to train, are we training for certification or we are training just to train? If we are going to train for certification, it means that there should be some agency of government that recognizes that kind of training and provides that level of certification.
I agree with you, but I'm still asking you that we have talked about somebody who's already producing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about how do
somebody
we
who is not there at all.
Yeah, people were saying that they should create a livelihood. It's assumed that they are not engaged as we speak. We have, I mean, one of the worst cases of out of school.
Yeah, and we need to address that.
People, you understand? And it's showing up in all the challenges that we are having security-wise. How do we get this army of unemployed people to go through a training framework that makes them remain in agriculture? You've said earlier on that our farmers' population are on the other side, they are aging. Some of them that they have used the money to send their children abroad. Some who can't send their children abroad are roaming the streets of all nooks and corners of the country. I'm saying that how do we get this set of people trained in agriculture in the different value chain and make them remain? Because I want to assume that all the people that they train under the youth employment in agriculture have gone into other pursuits. I cannot back that with fact. But it's obvious that the same issue that we're talking about 8 years ago when this was launched are still there.
Okay, quickly, I think we found a solution to this. The first, if you listen to our discussion, was that we must aggregate our young persons and women into groups, clusters, and associations. You remember? And cooperatives.
Yes.
Did you get that? Good.
Yes, I do.
And if you listen to the submissions by Adejo and then Buffy, if you look at us looking at the entire value chain, we came up with this understanding that as little as logistics may appear, it's a huge component in the value chain. So using the Keke Napep perspective, we could create logistic jobs for young people. I don't know if you understand, just hauling of raw materials.
If the farm are up and running.
If the farm,
yes.
Yeah, we have to get to the point of getting them to be up and running. Between me and you.
That is the point I'm talking about. That
yes.
What do we do to first encourage them? I mean, for example, if somebody farm, the same person can still do logistics.
Of course, it doesn't stop him from doing logistics.
So, and if the farm settlement are busting, wow, they said we should close in 53 seconds.
Yes, so let's conclude on this. Yes.
So we need to get the farm settlement busting.
Yes. We need to get
I'm looking for a resource to train young people who are footballers who want to get into farming.
Okay, maybe one of the things that we're going to do is we may need to begin to work with the various tiers of governments to create accredited resource centers where young people and women can be trained and certified for whatever part of the value chain in agriculture that they need to work in. I think that kind of model will work. Okay, we have less than 9 minutes to go. I think we've done virtually well. We've discussed virtually everything that we need to discuss. Let me thank
UNDP. So if there's any group that we should follow up with, it would be with NERSO on the risk profiles, and also with UNDP on the state level climate smart agriculture risk profiles. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adebisi. That's a very useful contribution in terms of the pathway to follow. Yeah, that's fine. So we need to, go back and update and implement the NARF, and then look at the climate risk profile. Thank you. So I can see the hand of Mr. Buyega. Can you please go ahead with your inputs?
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You're audible.
All right, thank you. I'm glad to be here. My name is Buyega Olorunfemi. I'm the principal consultant at Enviromax Global Resource Limited. We're based in Ibadan. I'm also a project officer at the Society for Planet Prosperity. I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Adebisi Araba for that very brilliant input. And because one of the things I had noted here is the challenges of policy coherence. When we have all of these framework, all of these research outputs set up, and yet we don't have the results. And then we keep coming back to have these type of dialogue. I was at the regional exploratory dialogue that was scheduled for states in Ibadan on this same topic, and I also made clear during this track when we had this conversation on this particular track concerning policy coherence. Now, if we're looking at actions to be taken in the next 3 years to achieve sustainable food system, then there is need for us to, if I would add to what Mr. Araba said, to look at what are the existing framework that we have put in place as a nation, and then look at why have we not been able to make out anything from all of these things. Then perhaps this is giving us an opportunity to look into them deeply and then pick the things that we can make out and develop a formidable roadmap that will guarantee that we have a sustainable food system within our policy for national development. Another thing is this. I would also like that what are we doing with climate information? We have NASA, we have NEMET, we have all of these organizations. How many of these organizations are connected to farmers, even at local level, that they get feedbacks to maybe when the seasons are coming? How many farmers are connected to Twitter? How many of these information are transcribed to them in local dialect? If we must make them understand that this is what they should prepare for. We have had an extended drought season. How do we prepare for when the rain will come? There are some areas mapped for perhaps floodplains. How do we get farmers to say, don't plant on this plain because of several incidents or history of flooding? Then we can also avoid the clamor for the rain has come and flood has destroyed our farm. How do we also get the insurance company to come into all of these, rather than just doing insurance for maybe the formal sector? How do we also encourage the informal farmers to be protected? So there's need for us to integrate climate information into our sustainable agricultural system. If we're looking at in these 3 years, I have just one more thing to add. How do you want to know if these actions are successful? We must also build a measuring mechanism around these policy we are putting in place and set key performance indicators so that when we have all of these on board, how do we want to ensure that farmers are informed of the next season? So we must set a target and indicator that we say, okay, in April, for instance, 20 farmers contacted us and they are able to give us positive feedback on what we have said. So I'll stop here while I give others the opportunity to make contributions. Thank you for the time.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Mr. Boyega. That was another brilliant contribution from your own end. Making adequate and effective use of the climate information agencies that we have, like NIMET and all the rest of them, spreading information to farmers, as well as using the insurance, how we're able to use, make our farmers, our smallholder farmers, bankable, attractive to insurance companies. But then I also want to lead the question, who else's hand is up? Okay, so I want to just ask, is it possible for some of these frameworks, for example, the National Agricultural Resilience Framework that is formulated at the national level, is it possible that states can domesticate and implement, or do we still need another level of a formulation of these policies at the state and local level? Because what I noticed in the course of working at the policy scene in the past few years is that most policies at the national level remains at Abuja. So what is our reaction or take to that?
Okay, if I can come in.
Go ahead.
All right. So, for instance, I had mentioned that we have a challenges for policy coherence. Most time is this, why those policies will remain at Abuja? Because the people that put such policy up, I am not trying to perhaps quote names, I don't know, but our most time, the body language around putting together policy framework is for the big boys. And that is why we are not achieving the desired progress, because where these policies are actionable are really at the local government level.
Beautiful.
And if you check now, if you conduct a gap analysis in terms of policy formulation and execution and progress, you will record a very poor rating in terms of awareness at the local government level. And this is one of the reasons I've always point out when I have conversation around the Sustainable Development Goals. In December 2020, the Lagos State government put up, to say we're localizing the SDGs, and they brought up representative from local government. A good step. But again, when it comes to national policy build-up, it's something that has to start from bottom up, so that these are the people that will execute the actionable points on these policies. So now at the local government level, we are having this conversation. When we had that one in Ibadan, I'm not sure how many people came, how many local government representatives joined that conversation. But this is it. There is need for us to ensure it is very important, even though many might see it as very expensive. Yes, it is better, spend more, get these people on board and achieve more than not getting them on board and keeping this policy in Abuja where it is at. So we must get to the grassroots. We must engage the local government actors and bring them into the know of any developmental agenda and policy that we want to put in place. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That what I get from that is that these policies must also be formulated at the state and local government level. There's something we did at AGRA when we did the NAIP. What we just did was to do socialization. I do not know if that is enough, or we should begin another process of policy formulation at these levels of government, because as you just rightly mentioned, there is very little awareness about some of these frameworks at the places that it is actually supposed to be actionable, and that's a very serious gap for us to actually create a very formidable pathway towards reaching solutions and conclusions with regards to what we are talking about, building resilience. I'm not sure socialization would be enough. I think it is better we, as you described, do a bottom-up approach, develop these policies at least from the state level. That's what I think. Please, I like all of us to just open our minds and then add to the conversation. There is this particular shock and stress that is actually ravaging the whole system at the moment. And then it will be fine for us to also propose what we think can be done in the next few years, in the next few months, to solve the problem. And this shock is the displacement of our farming communities. I work and live in Niger State, and currently so many communities in Niger State have come to Mina to look. So many primary schools in Mina have become IDP camps, and that's a very critical thing that we have to look at. It's a major shock affecting the food system. So what do we think can be done to address the problem, not just climate change alone, but problems and shocks arising from issues of conflicts and crisis? Hello.
Okay, if I just add a few words there, while I think my other participants are getting ready to say one or two things. The issue of I really would not want us to perhaps belabor the issue of security, as it has resulted into displacement at this point in time. The issue has been, let me say, exacerbated as a result of negligence. And at this point in time, nobody is ready to accept responsibility for that negligence. The moment state governments begin to accept responsibilities for all of this, then the better that these farmers themselves will begin to see it in the light of there are a lot to be achieved even from within. Unfortunately, it's affecting food system and means of livelihood as well. So if you're having these security challenges, it will be also very difficult to attract investment into climate smart agriculture, because the last time I read the World Bank review on climate smart agriculture, I can barely read Nigeria as part of the pilot nation that has attracted a lot of funding from that. I'm not, let it not be that I'm not quoting directly. I'm not sure how much of participation that Nigeria has featured in terms of investment from World Bank Group into climate smart agriculture, which is one of the things that should have been focused for building resilience against this shock and stress. Now, the displacement of people really has become a going concern, which everybody needs to be aware of. How do we solve the issue of security at local level, at state level, at regional level, then at national level? If you are saying at national level, there are still pockets of banditry here and there. I spoke with someone who's in Jos yesterday, and he said from within his area, there were a few people were killed and maimed, and then they could not go out. So these are happening everywhere. How did we must understand the root cause. How did we get to this point? So if we're able to identify these ones, get the local people, the local government to be responsible, get the state to be responsible, national government to be responsible, then we are ready to talk about resolving the issue, to fish out these bad eggs amongst our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you. That's beautiful. We need to be responsible at the local level, national level. The conversation about security maybe is beyond this our level of conversation. So I can see the hand of Sarah Huber. Kindly unmute yourself and add your voice.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sarah Huber. I work with Flour Mills of Nigeria and specifically lead a development program on wheat production. So I think there's a number of shocks, and to your first question about actions we can take in the next few years. Obviously, one of the things that we're dealing with is food inflation, and that has a number of causes. Certainly the security situation is one of them. So I would, of course, echo the comments made about the security situation, which particularly has big impacts on production of a lot of staple crops. However, in addition to the security situation, our food inflation has also been impacted, obviously, by currency fluctuation and the weakening naira and the high volume of food imports that we have currently. And all of those have become more expensive. So in pursuit of increasing local food production, obviously the government has done various restrictions and levies and closed borders, which has, some help. But ultimately what we need to do is to be able to help farmers to be able to increase their yields. Restricting imports helps as long as we can actually increase domestic food production. And so to that extent, we need more support for higher yielding seeds. We need to invest more strongly in our seed systems and to speed up the release process of higher yielding seeds. So we have a very slow seed release process here. There are other countries that will say, okay, let's look at the agroecological conditions in similar countries. And if they've released the seed and it's a highly adaptable seed type, then we also release it here with minimal testing. And so that urgency and investment in the seed system, both in R&D and making sure that we have enough early generation seed supply, would be quite valuable to make sure that when we want to increase local food production, reduce imports, that we are able to actually bring up that food production with a higher volume. So seeds is one thing, and then of course extension is also really critical if we want to change our level of food production, particularly to keep up with increasing population growth. Another area, of course, is in terms of climate change, which has also had significant effects on food production in the last several years, both from flooding and from drought. Changing temperature patterns as well in terms of when we get hot and cold spells in the north. So increased investment in irrigation, of course, would be tremendously helpful. And while irrigation systems take a long time to build, repairs can be done within the next few years, right? So that's something that can happen in the next 3 years. A lot of the irrigation canals can be repaired and dredged and upgraded. So that's helpful both in terms of dealing with periods of drought or rains coming at unexpected times, but also in allowing farmers to be able to have income year round rather than saying we're completely dependent on the wet season, which means we're always going to have a risky livelihood. Yeah, so those are things that I would focus on. For climate change, we need investment in seeds. So we have heat tolerant seeds. We need investment in irrigation to smooth out bumps in farmers' income. And then for dealing with higher food prices, which is in part due to our dependence on imported food, we need to be able to expand food production, which is not just about closing borders, but about actually increasing yields, which requires higher yielding seeds, faster release of those, and extension to train farmers. Seeds alone are not enough, right? We need to train farmers on modern agronomic practices about when to plant and how to plant, and proper irrigation techniques and application of fertilizers. Thanks very much.
Thank you. You spoke so much about the seed system and the need for the early generation seeds and for high yielding varieties. Yeah, to actually improve the agricultural sector. So I want to take you on that. I made a conversation. In my introductory statement, I talked about cultural shocks and technology shock as a new conversation in rural communities currently. What do you think about the introduction of new varieties and its effects on the local food system? Did you get a question, Sarah?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was for me. Yes, what do I think about introducing new seed varieties? That would be very helpful. Sorry, maybe I didn't get the exact point of what you're saying.
Yeah, how it affects perhaps there is a local variety in the local community that is very fundamental to their nutrition and to their food system, their local food system, and perhaps the introduction of new variety is obstructing, and you see that going extinct. I mean, their local variety going extinct. That's a relevant conversation to talk about? Is it an area to look at as we try to address issues around a sustainable food system?
Yeah, I think it's important that we don't become dependent on one particular seed variety for any crop or even a couple particular seed varieties. Obviously, when we're introducing new varieties, we have to weigh a number of considerations aside of yield. We have to look at their, we look at yield, we look at their sensitivity to drought and heat and water stress. And we also have to look at, okay, how sensitive are they to fertilizer application? Do they only get good yields if farmers use a large amount of fertilizer? And that's not realistic here. So we have to be thoughtful in the types of seed varieties that we release. And also we want to make sure that we have a diversity of different seed varieties, that we don't kind of put all of our hopes in a couple seed varieties and say, okay, this is going to save the country. That said, there are a lot of local seed varieties that are also not very good. So some of them you may say, yes, we want to continue and support these, and some of them there are newer seed varieties that are better in almost every way. I think the important thing is not so much, do we retain old seed varieties, but do we have a diversity of different types of seeds that allows farmers in different agroecological environments to be able to have good yields in diverse conditions, and also recognizes that under non-optimal usage of those seeds, that farmers are still able to get good yields. So you might have some more progressive commercial farmers who are using the highest performing seeds that are quite sensitive, and that's fine because they're going to follow proper practices and input usage. But you also need to have sort of hardy seeds that even if you plant them a bit late, they get a little too much water, a little bit too much heat, they still perform well. So I think it's having that portfolio that's quite important.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That's that's a very useful contribution. So are we doing well on time? I don't know. I think we have to also talk about these the other questions, other guiding questions in the discussion, and some of them has to do with how will it be possible to tell if these actions are being successful. I've noted a few actions from the previous speakers, and one of it is looking at the resilient framework that was conceptualized in 2014 and then update and begin to implement it. We also talked about looking at implement local level, perhaps conceptualizing these policies at the local level, and then do a bottom-up approach in terms of policy formulation and implementation, and then also making maximum use of information agencies, climate information that's particularly related to issues of climate change shocks. So for some of these actions that we have itemized, what are the ideas or possible ideas? We also talked about security, some proposed some ideas on how to solve a problem of security, using the local systems coming from the top with regards to government changing their orientation and their strategies to address issues of security. So how do we measure success? How can we say we're actually being successful? Are there indicators that we can propose? This will help me in the presentation at plenary. So are there indicators that we can propose to, help us, measure some of these actions? As I said before, we are free. Open your mic, and even if you did not raise up your hand, you could just open your mic, introduce yourself, and then let us have a cross-fertilization of ideas with regards to the subject matter of discussion.
Okay, so Boyega speaking.
Okay, Boyega. Okay, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so putting on the question of how do we know whether these mayors are successful? In my earlier comment, I had said we should put in place a mayoring mechanism. So that means there is need for us to also set targets ahead of these of ourselves. So if we are saying that by the end of 2021, we want to achieve 200 metric tons of yield, for example, soya beans, Then, so how do we also get feedback from these perhaps these smallholder farmers who are on the farm planting these seeds, right, to be able to measure, to get measurement and then pass the same across to the center. Now, the situation we are facing is because we have, in one way or the other, phased out agric extension workers, right? And these are the people that should, or that are expected to be coordinating all of these feedbacks that we need from local level. So I wouldn't know if they still exist. Are there still agric extension workers, right? If we're talking about some of the challenges we have are interwoven, and when we solve one, it will impress on the other. Now imagine we raising perhaps about maybe 20 or 30 agric extension workers per local government or per state, multiplied by 36, multiplied by 774, look at the number of people you are going to take out of job and be gainfully engaged, and then they are going to also be productive. Because we must, whether we like it or not, embrace data collection. And that is very key, even in economic, social, and governance implications. And I think there's a bill recently that has to do with livestock, and I can't remember the full name of that bill.
Livestock transformation plan.
You know, so, and this is exactly why, when we continue to move from one policy to one bill, then the other bills, the other policy we look as if those that put them together don't know what they are doing. So there's need for us to really do an holistic review of all that we have in place. But more importantly, we must set in motion measuring mechanisms that seek to gather feedback, information from the people that are on ground. So to ensure, so if we're saying 20 metric tons at the end of 2021, and at the end of the day, what we have is 25 metric tons in the end, then we can say this is how much percentage that we have overachieved in that sector, and we can expand this to other sectors. And I think the Nigerian Export Council, working with the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, the National Bureau of Statistics, because that means we must bring in place the National Bureau of Statistics to also come and feature in all of these. Every other agency that have one or two things to do with data must come together and create a one-stop forum where data exchanges are made easy and we can track from one point to the other. And I think if we are ready to put all of these things in place, it will be easy for us to be able to measure success or failure, as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has to be setting targets. So it is possible for us to set a realistic target now with regards to the review of some of these policies that Dr. Araba talked about as a way to move forward. We can set a target for the review and the commencement of implementation of the NARF, and then we can also set targets for some other action plans that we have laid down. I think it's a matter of itemizing some of these actions and then set realistic targets for them. I think this particular point is noted, setting realistic targets. So going forward, what are the other actions that also can be taken? Maybe we can now make it a bit more specific with regards to some of the challenges that we have identified. What I mean by that is for this particular challenge or for this particular action point, what can we see or what do we envisage as a major, will I call it a tracker what is that particular indicator that we can apportion timelines to, so that we'll be able to, achieve what we have proposed. I don't know. The conversation is revolving around just me, Araba, Sarah. Can we also have, as we said, we can discuss other issues. There are issues of sanitary and phytosanitary shocks. You can also bring in experiences from your work with regards to how that has affected the food system. We've also raised issues of the extension to farmer ratio. In AGRA, we are currently implementing what we call the CBA model. We have noted that the average from NAERLS, that's the National Agricultural Extension Research and License Services, the average ratio is 1 extension agent to 3,000 farmers. And that's way far away from the recommended extension service farmer ratio that is recommended by the FAO. We are currently implementing what we call the CBA model, and the CBA means a community-based advisor model, where we recruit into the not the government or the public extension system, but rather the private extension system. People who can call community advisors who are being trained, who also be providing the extension services to some of these farmers in a way that the government or public extension service system is not overstretched. So we have this model, and then we are trying to implement that. We are doing it with NLS and also the support to SG 2000. These are the partners we are working with, and that's for us. We hope will address issues of farmer to extension service ratio. We talked about irrigation. Irrigation infrastructure is very huge, as Sarah noted. It requires very huge investment, and it's also a major challenge that also affects food productivity. I personally would recommend some basic irrigation equipment like handheld, watering cans and stuff like that. Some have also argued that it looks as it is obsolete, it's a cake. But I think within the context of where we are at the moment, maybe we can also start from that. The most important thing is that we are able to have multiple seasons other than just having one season in our agriculture sector. So the next question I want to ask is, are there ways, apart from the background I'm laying for other people to also make contributions, are there ways you see that Nigerian policy in terms of some executive actions has created unnecessary shock to the food system? For example, do you think the ban on rice importation that was lifted just a few months ago was relevant? What is our take on that? Hi.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, I like you to make the conversation. But I mean, let's just make it informal. We could just talk about it here and there, and then from there we are picking the points. I think it makes it easier for the facilitator to, to take the notes.
Okay, let me perhaps say a word, then while I presume other participants are also getting ready to make comment. I mean, the issue of rice ban. I think a number of things that happens in Nigeria is driven by perception. right? And it is important that the people at the helms of affairs take a cue from how perception is driving feedback across the populace. The social media has come to stay, and again, there is need for us to begin to review how we engage with people, because one statement made now will reach in the immediate about say 1 million or 2 million people at a go, and then it begins to spread. So the ban on rice, really, for me, the question will be, what steps did the government took before arriving at that decision? How many of the stakeholders in the rice value chain were carried along to perhaps review and assess situation in terms of rice ban? What measures were in place to cushion the effect of perhaps sensationalization of that particular announcement? And then what did the government do in terms of price gauging? You know, when you make announcements and then there's no way to say, however, sellers will conform to sell within this price range. You can imagine that announcement that Nigeria has closed the border and there's a ban on rice. From 10,000, it rose to almost 15, 20,000, and everybody were running up and down, helter-skelter. So the people that are the regulators, the officials, really need to also come out clean and be transparent in terms of their actions and activities. So when there's a ban, then that's when you see officers coming to become the generalissimo. There has been a ban. So before you can move a bag of rice, this is how much you have to pay, or else we confiscate. And you know, we are in a place where we want to move. We don't want anything that will delay us because we want to make some money and move on. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but this is the reality of what happens on the streets. So there is need for us to begin to look at what will be the implication of these announcements. In fact, test the water, bring people together, do some critical stakeholder engagement, do all of these engagements, and before you know it. So it is because that we don't do all of these engagement, we don't carry people along, then we run into the dark waters and we begin to put ourselves out. By the time the announcement is made, the government is back in its house. Then people are here running helter-skelter to solve themselves out of the issue. This issue will continue to mount pressure on the value chain, even on the populace. So we must begin to see, how do we make announcement that has to do with food, that would affect food system, that would affect livelihood. So you can imagine rice, almost every now and then, go to the streets, there's a point where they're selling rice. So we must look at all of these things and gauge the perception of the people before such announcement is made. Despite the fact that the ban has been lifted, perhaps, yet there are still issues of smuggling here and there. I learned sometime recently, a particular market in Bodija in Ibadan was captured overnight. The customs officer came and moved I wouldn't know how they got that information. Perhaps these are smuggled items. How do we want to come clean and be transparent? So let there be transparency when it comes to making such announcement that we have huge impact on food system and livelihood. Thank you.
And our relation, thank you very much. And even our relationship with the bordering communities, when you ban and restrict inflow of goods, it's also possible that they can also ban the goods that also come from our own end to their own countries. And at the end of the day, it could result to a lot of conflict. Nigeria has actually been trying to resolve issues of traders being ejected from Ghana and things like that, So the point is noted. It is important for us to review the possible impact of any executive order that we want to do before we go ahead to implement that. I don't know if there are other opinions in regards to some of those issues that have been distorting the food system and actions that we are supposed to take. Sarah, I can see your hand. Please go ahead.
Hi. Just wanted to comment on the last two questions. To the point about targets and how do we tell if they're effective. I do think it's important that we have baselines for agriculture that we're confident in. And I think this is something where, as was said before, where NBS can play a larger role. We obviously have some agricultural statistics today, but they're taken with a heavy dose of salt. So for example, we're actually funding a survey with the National Bureau of Statistics to measure wheat production in the country because there's no locally produced statistics for a number of years. So having those baselines is really important if we want to tell if any of these interventions are effective, right? And at the policy level, yes, maybe you're saying, okay, was this policy, agreed on at different levels and was it passed and et cetera. But at the actual, kind of farm on the ground level, there are a lot of things that we can track. You're looking at, okay, how many seed varieties did we release in the next few years? How many farmers are planting them? How many seed companies are actually producing them? That's a big gap we often have. Things are released, but then they're never commercially viable. For irrigation, I think that there are things that you can do in the next few years as well in terms of repairs of irrigation canals, which are not that difficult or time consuming. There's good amount of repairs going on in Kano State now that'll be ready for next season. Also just making sure that you have support to entrepreneurs for well drilling businesses and financing for pumps, and you bring in better pumps. Pumps are not expensive, 30, 35,000. That makes a big difference for farmers to be able to have those two seasons. So, very easy to set targets for this stuff. How many hectares of land are actively irrigated? You can also, measure that with some simple satellite mapping. Contract someone for it, it's not that difficult to measure. So I think there's a lot of things that can be measured there. On the extension side, aside of the number of extension agents, another big issue is how effective those extension agents are. Most of them don't have any ability to actually reach farmers. So they need motorcycles, they need fuel allowance, they need funding for data and phone credit. And that's in addition to just the total number of extension agents. So those are all things that we can track and ideally pick a couple of practices that you want to see farmers implement in in maize and rice and wheat, et cetera, and then see, okay, those two important practices, how many farmers are implementing that. And that's of course goes back to having a proper baseline and being focused in your efforts, not trying to change everything overnight. In terms of the policy actions that contribute to shocks and opening or restricting of imports. I empathize that this is a challenging decision where you're trading off producers versus consumers. You're looking at people buying food and that food is expensive. And so to help those people, you want to increase imports of cheaper food. But then you look at farmers who are growing food and they can't compete with those imports. And farming is a source of employment and you're trying to combat insecurity, a lot of which is driven by unemployment. So these are two things that are kind of in tension with each other. And so some amount of import restriction, of course, is helpful to encourage local production, but it's not a magic bullet. It sort of is one enabler, but it doesn't do a whole lot on its own. So I think the challenge is sort of having, sort of restrictions without proper investment and actually increasing farmers' yield, either the average yield or the area of production. And increasing yields requires that investment in seeds and extension. And increasing the area of production requires security and irrigation. So, yeah, let me leave it there.
Well, that's very useful. Yeah, you cannot just have a blanket ban without a proper and accurate investment in-house domestic. You would have sorted out your domestic situation before you can begin to make some kind of pronouncement that will distort the food system. I have a couple of other areas that I think Nigeria should also look at. If you look at the food system, you find that our post-harvest loss currently is between 15 and 40% of the total food produced, both cereals, vegetables, and all the rest of them. I think it would be a relevant investment for government and private sector to look at how we can solve the problem of post-harvest loss, losses around in the food system, because if we are losing that much in terms of percentage to post-harvest losses, then I'm not sure we are creating a sustainable system. And then another issue that came up during my previous conversation is organic agriculture. Lots of I mentioned land degradation and soil degradation when I was making my introductory remarks, and then I saw that it's an issue in some of the places we work. There has been reported issues of iron toxicity, soil acidity, which has also been affecting the food system, and this is because of the campaign for excessive use of fertilizer. It's a two-way thing. It's neither here or there. If you use fertilizer, you will definitely increase productivity, but sometimes you are also not making the soil more sustainable. In those days, you used to have earthworms here, all this kind of flora and fauna in the soil, but these days those things are no longer there because the chemicals in the fertilizer have actually destroyed the soil. Where should we create a balance? Where are we going to have a balance so that as we talk about organic food manufacturing and also increasing productivity, at what point are we going to say we are creating a system that is sustainable and is also okay for the future generation? We are reserving for the future generation.
Okay, I'd just like to make a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you for great work, Mr. Guswell. It's been a very interesting and exciting conversation so far. So I'm just going to perhaps maybe pick on the post-harvest loss, and then in terms of measuring up to.
Please mute if you are not speaking. Please mute for us.
Sustainability. Let me move away. I have someone nearby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is it better now?
Okay, go ahead, sir. I didn't know it was coming from you.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Is it better? Okay, so I was going to perhaps to avoid some of these post-harvest loss. Again, just like Sarah had mentioned, this is coming at a time where there are financial challenges across the globe. But again, I think we will do well by attracting investment to fund some of these projects. How are we able to increase cold value chain closer to some of these farm areas? So it means that everything still boils down empowering the local farmers, right? So that means if we have maybe product hotspots, right, which perhaps the Federal Ministry of Agri, State Ministry of Agri, and the local government must have been able to capture. So take, for instance, from Southwest Nigeria, we have, let's say for Ogbomoso, which is popular in terms of mango, Now, how do we get Ogbomoso mango across Nigeria without a lot of them getting spoiled before getting to those areas? So do we have resources to get code value sharing? I mean, maybe solar-enabled free storage system that will be able to transport from Ogbomoso to Sokoto. You know, people that are living there want to also have a taste of Ogbomoso mango, and then and all of these things has to be done. So it means that we must invest in storage facilities, right? Again, in areas where we cannot invest in storage facilities, can we also consider circular economy? That means any of these fruits that is being perhaps marked for spot in the next 2 or 3 days, let's also have in place a juice factory that will convert them to mango trees almost immediately. So if you cannot take the mango as it is, then you can take the mango in form of juice. And then, so you do all of these things to consider and capture the entire value within that value chain. I mean, these are things that are obvious. I just feel that there are things that are actionable if we really, really are ready, honestly. And that would just be my contribution in terms of addressing food loss. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if anybody has anything to add to that in terms of how to address issues of food losses. And then if you want to speak, I want to add one more question to that. In Nigeria, as it stands now, knowing the current agricultural dynamics, what priority area, apart from the seed value chain that Sarah talked about, investing in improved seeds varieties, what is the core problem that can be transformatory, catalytic, that can actually solve the problem of the food system in Nigeria? What I mean by that is there's infrastructural deficit, there is lack of finance for smallholders, not being able to access credit, but particularly from commercial banks. There are other issues that we have mentioned, extension farmers gap and all this. So where can we invest as private sector or as government or as development partners that if we hit the spot, it will cause a revolutionary change or a transformative change, and then all that chain, all that food system chain will be addressed? What is that core point that should take the heat of investment in order to cause a transformative change? That's the question, and I don't know what we think. Given the current agricultural landscape, I can see Mr. Thomas Murphy. You're welcome. You are from Water Life System Africa. Maybe you could add your voice. Just tell us what your company does for starters.
Hi guys. Well, thanks for the notice. My group is a water supply, wastewater treatment, and food security technology development and deployment operation. We're based out of Canada, USA, and South Africa. I'm located in South Africa, and we have recently signed on with the Republic of Guinea to provide a national water and sanitation infrastructure project through the year 2030. Our systems are scalable and decentralized in nature. So it allows for community level infrastructure deployment and smart growth. So huge amounts of money aren't needed to grow communities as they grow in size. And our technologies are specifically designed to recover nutrients for fertilizers such as phosphates, nitrates, as well as the fresh water. And we have digital sensors to guarantee quality, as well as quantitative measures. But it's new technologies that are designed to come in at a price point below what's being offered right now. And so, we brought in the a Canadian federal financial institution to assist with the Guinea project funding. That's, well over $500 million US project. So we are approaching the food security challenges from a water supply and wastewater treatment solution. Again, with recovering resources and eliminating pollution, that is a major health challenge cause. So that's where we are with the food security challenge. And I'm welcome to any questions.
Wow, thank you very much. Yeah, you're welcome to this conversation. We have been discussing since about 30 or 40 minutes about the food system and how to build resilience and help farmers in Nigeria and Africa, particularly to, adapt to shock and stress. And as a rough recap, we've touched a lot of things that is affecting the food system in terms of climate change, population, and all the issues that has to do with farmers not being able to reach optimum productivity as it stands now. And I think your input, your organization is also very relevant to the topic of discussion. You have mentioned that you work in water supply and wastewater management. And when I traveled to Israel, they do not waste any water. All the water, even sewage water, is recycled. But here, and used for irrigation. Here in Nigeria, we have all the water bodies here and there, but we are not managing the water efficiently. We are not actually even making maximum use. We are polluting the water bodies. I think, I don't know how far you people are working in Nigeria. What you do will actually be relevant to what we are maybe following up on what you have said. I would like to know the partners you are working with, and then how your work is also feeding into the concept of building resilience in the Nigerian food system.
Sure. So, I mean, at this point, I've just had discussions with some of the National Red Cross members about getting our systems into some of the communities in need. But we're looking for more of more of a national rollout of our systems, and I guess the PPP actions with the various government.
State government. I've been working with state governments.
I'm not working with any specific actors right now other than the National Red Cross. So we're looking for major partnerships. Again, we are working directly with Guinea federal ministers. And for that, it's a national project. That MOU has already been signed. We're just finalizing contracts between Canadian federal finance groups and the Guinea group. So we're looking at major projects like this because what we have is, everyone likes to say it, but what we have is revolutionary and cost effective for the water supply, sanitation, and food security solutions. So what you're able to do with our wastewater treatment systems is in areas that are under drought stress, water stress, start creating the low cost hydroponic grow systems, and like with Israel, completely reuse the water. We're actually assisting a variety of Israeli companies with our technologies. No one country, no one person has all the answers. This is a worldwide team effort. And we're contributing our efforts to the big game of survival on this earth.
Are there ways your work fits into the local smallholder farming systems, building some kind of irrigation system that is sustainable for smallholders.
So the idea is that our systems are decentralized in nature. They're scalable, anywhere from the single household to communities of a few hundred, few thousand, and we can take the wastewater from a community and have it put into irrigation reuse for treated for reuse. So smallholders could collect in totes or other containers the water, the irrigation water that they need, or you create community community grow centers where water is directed into a larger community driven grow area where it's like with land being rented out or bought, same with the space in a large grow facility. We have to adapt to climate and population realities, growth, climate change and population growth realities. Got to start at, what do we need to survive? Well, water. What do we do with our wastewater, and then also our food? So that's the point of view that we're taking. So again, for smallholder farmers, it's about coming together, pooling resources to create community grow spaces, and we're looking at helping out with implementing programs, grant-based programs with UN, World Bank, IFC, other major international actors to start creating adaptable living systems in communities. So AKA the hydroponics grow systems.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking into.
Oh, beautiful. That's fine. So I hope that in the nearest future, we'll begin to connect with other private sector players in the agriculture sector, as well as the public sector players, for us to help transform the food system to build resilience for the farming communities. We have had a very beautiful discussion, but I want us to address the final question so that it will help in my reporting back to plenary. What contributions will our organizations make? I think we have a retinue of representative of various organizations. I don't know, please, based on the conversations we've made, I think it will be good for us to kind of talk about the roles or the contribution of our various organizations to the subjects of discussion and how we can help build resilience. Sarah is from the flour mills of Nigeria. She has also talked about the need to, bring in resilient seed varieties that are resistant to drought, flooding, and others. So maybe I would want to apologize to many of us. I didn't take names to understand the various institutions we are representing, but I think we can do that now, and then we can also talk about our contribution to how we can solve the problem of building resilience in the communities. So please, we can also make, if in case I see that not many people like to talk, we can make effective use of the chat box. Because it's there, maybe you could drop your institution and what you do. I'll pick it up from there, and then I'll run with it. What I plan to do is to end this conversation maybe 15 minutes earlier, so that I will be able to put up the notes with the note takers and be ready for the plenary. So I asked the question before I introduced Thomas Murphy. I was asking, what is that point where investment in the agriculture sector or the agricultural food system will become catalytic? What is our proposal to the team, to all private sectors and the governments, that if we hit it at this point, we're going to have a transformative change?
Hi, Gatso. I have to say it's a very tempting question, but it's sort of like a question of what's the diet that's going to make you, lose 30 pounds in the next few weeks. Everybody's looking for the magic answer, but there is no magic answer, The hard truth is that you have to work on seeds and extension and available land and security for years. And we have to do those things. There's not one thing that's going to transform everything. So that's my opinion.
Yes. But we've been talking in economics. We talk about scale of preference and prioritizing. So that's my idea behind the question. I know it's difficult, kind of, to have one point it's going to be catalytic, just like that. It's kind of difficult given the current landscape of the agricultural sector. Is very difficult. I understand, but then I was just imagining that the priority should be from here, maybe, and then I would also ask us, you're looking at the dynamics of development partners' investment in the sector. Do we think it's right? Do we think it's the strategy is fantastic? And then, I mean, do we see, are we hopeful that the billions of dollars that are being invested by development partners and private sector in the food system will help us to achieve resilience in the nearest future? Or are there areas we think, I'm trying to rephrase the question, are there areas that we think should attract more attention other than other areas, so that can help us, achieve a catalytic change?
Okay, Mr. Goosewell.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. So, for me, as much as Sarah already, broke the camel's eye to say yes, you are ready to lose 30 pounds. So really, for me, like I mentioned, if we are able to control food loss, post-harvest loss, we will be, creating a catalytic engagement in that value chain. I'll take, for instance, Mile 12. One of the biggest markets in, say, in Southwest. Way back, 2007, 2008, I used to work at my auntie's canteen, and then we go to Mile 12 to pick tomato, pepper, and all of these things. Now, in a basket, you realize that perhaps 20% of these are already matched. You call them in Yoruba Esha. So these ones are already dedicated to be, to be thrown away. So, so that means the cost of that 20% is already factored into the entire cost of what you are taking away, whether you like it or not, because the farmer also did not want to make any loss as such. So it would have amplified the cost of the 20% already deemed to be waste into the entire cost. Let's assume that a basket of tomato is going for 5,000. You already know that 20%, so add it to that, and that's what you get to pay for. So it means that if we're able to handle, attend to post-harvest loss, we're able to also contain excessive price of food items in the market. So these are the ripple effects if we're able to do that. And that also goes back to when I say, how much investment are we ready to plow into the cold value chain, right? Now, we must create emergency in some of these very sensitive, let me say, sector of the food value share. COVID-19 happened, and we can see the number of millions of dollars that have been plowed into providing vaccines, transporting vaccines. Yet there are other peculiar issues that are germane, especially climate change in quote. But again, we are talking about food system now, which is also an anchor of everybody's livelihood. So if we are able to contain that, I can't remember the statistics now of a percentage of total food production that goes into waste in Africa. That is enough to feed other nations.
Yeah.
So I think a cursory look into also creates that catalytic effect that you perhaps envisaging while you're asking your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyega, right? I hope, yeah, Mr. Boyega. That's very, very valid. I think investment in the cold value chain to help address issues of post-harvest losses, particularly for fruits and vegetable. And I like the first point where you talked about, processing, having some clusters where we can process some of these things to juice even if we cannot adequately preserve them immediately or in the short run to improve the shelf life. Yeah. So are there other areas, other points, other things that we want to talk about in the conversation of building resilience and vulnerability to shocks and stress and divergence issues that we think we've not talked about? And then I also put in the parking lot what can our organizations do? Mr. Boyega, which organization are you representing again? Let me note that down.
Oh, okay. So I represent the Enviromax Global Resources Limited.
Enviromax. Can you type that on the chat box, please? Let me pick it from there.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'll do that.
And then your core area of work. I mean, what's your core area of work? And I also want to suggest that others should also do the same and kind of propose possible strategies and what your system can contribute to improving the food system. I noticed that we really didn't talk about nutrition. It's a key component of the system. There are people now fortifying some foods. I mean, I was leaving us to bring that into the space. Fortifying foods with micronutrients, bionutrients, and stuff like that. I mean, winning foods. So what do we think? And while you're doing that, let's also look at what is possible. Okay, I can read what Debbie Araba wrote. He said, on your final question, God's will, there are no silver bullet to solve or catalyze agricultural transformation in Nigeria. All challenges need to be addressed. What I may add is that there are things that we need to stop doing. First of all, government at all levels should refrain from market distortion activities. Yeah, that's important. Just like we deliberated earlier on, you cannot just wake up and give a blanket ban on rice or fertilizer or something of that nature, to the extent that it's now affecting the price, given that you have also not done your groundwork. You've not improved the local domestic infrastructure that is going to improve the system. We've not put in things in place that will ameliorate the effect of the shock we are putting in. So government should put effort to support the operations of an efficient market system. Yeah, that's very beautiful, brilliant from you, Dr. Araba. Thank you very much. I'm trying to wrap up now because I want to work with the team to put up the notes together. Are there areas we've not covered? I mentioned nutrition, I mentioned every other thing. So pests and diseases. there are conversations about sanitary and phytosanitary issues. We didn't talk about it. COVID-19, yeah, someone mentioned it while we were talking today. The effects, in fact, as at that time, I mean, it was terrible for many of us that we are under lock and keys, under the lockdown. It was, so if you want to speak now, I leave the last few minutes for us to, make any point, and then I will work with it to put the reports together. So in the absence of any other input, I want, okay.
All right,
okay,
sorry
to,
I just felt I should share this now that you mentioned nutrition. Right?
Okay.
I think again, government agency need to always be on point in terms of rising to some of the challenges and issues at the grassroots level. Now, while I would say that the fact that we should not compromise the seed, I mean, for future generation when it comes to letting our food system provide that sufficient nutritious food. Again, that should not be compromised. But again, as for us ourselves, if you look at for people trying to break the chain of post-harvest loss, there are ways they now apply carbide to unripe fruits to make so they will harvest those fruits unripe and then bring them to market, then apply carbide to make them look ripe. So there are ways you could actually differentiate, but to someone assuming buyer or customer are not able to differentiate which one is the correct color for a naturally ripened fruit or artificially ripened fruit. And carbide, by all standards, these are carcinogenic substances. So and by the time we keep exposing ourselves to all of these things, rather than get the right nutrition, we are getting a killer nutrition, killer substance into our body. So there's need for the National Orientation Agency to also, come to terms, irrespective of how much they need to spend, perhaps get all of these privately owned FM stations that have been proliferating the airspace to create maybe 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes free airplay for people to know and to be aware of all of these practices by people in the market space. Do an engagement with the yalogers, mamalogers, identify those that are applying these substances to their fruit to sell in order for us to maintain the right nutrition profile for all our fruits. So people go to the hospital. Now, how do we also get the hospital to also take note of complaints that they have? Anyone related to some of these substances in the test, in the tests that they run on people. So these are holistic way to make things work. Like I said, we need to be ready to capture all of these frontiers. If we are not able to do so, we will continue to have some of these prevailing challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Boyega. You've made me fill up my notes. Beautiful on that intervention on nutrition. That's very useful. I was about saying, in the absence of any other remark, what I didn't do first, I want to do it now. So I want to take a round of introduction from everybody so that we know ourselves, and then we can continue the conversation later. So kindly unmute your mic and then tell us who you are and where you're, tell us who you are and the organization you're representing, particularly for those who have not heard their voice. So maybe I'm going to call your name, and then I will expect that you unmute your mic and then tell us who you are and where you're coming from. So I can see Ayan Yinka Ayalo. Please, I'm sorry for the wrong pronunciation. Can we know you and then the organization you're representing? Before he comes on board, if Ukoro is there, you could just, I can see Halimat Abdul Harim. I can also see Fatima Liu. So no sequence. Unmute your mic and just tell us where you're coming from, so that we can just know what your voice sounds like. Some people just decided not to talk today. Why? Hello? Vincent. Have we heard Vincent today? Okay, no problem. So since I'm not getting a feedback on that, I want to thank all of you for contributing to this very important session. I want to stop now. I want to end the session now for us. Maybe you could still hang on before we go into plenary, but I want to mute and then work with the note takers to be able to compile the report that we're going to present in plenary. I sincerely thank you, Dr. Araba, Boyika, Sarah, Thomas. I'm just talking about the people that have spoken. I spoke earlier with Emmanuel Sawyer, but I'm shocked he didn't talk with me again when we started the facilitation. And for all the people that I've not mentioned your names, okay, unmuted. Mr. Emmanuel, you want to say something?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am a note taker. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't know. So I was thinking, yeah, I actually wanted to do this earlier, but the way we started and I'll skip the, but I thought people would kind of introduce themselves now, but there's no response or feedback to that. No problem.
Okay.
So I'll work with Mr.
Thank
Emmanuel to address, to deal with the notes. And to all of you that have spoken and the ones that didn't talk, I appreciate your coming and being part of the program and be part of this session. Your presence has been very useful. At least it made our session. If you didn't speak, you must have noted something useful to you. On this note, to mute and then I work with Emmanuel. Thank you once again, everyone.
Just harness what they have. So please, we'll start in 12:44. Thank you. Game-changing possibilities as private sector players to repair broken food systems in Nigeria. Facilitators ready? Hello, can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Thanks for confirming. Let me call on the facilitators to give us a summary of the discussions from their various groups. Who is ready? Should I start with action track 1 or who's ready to start? Who's ready to go? God's will.
Okay.
Let's start from the left.
Okay, thank you. My name is Godswill. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to stand on the existing protocol and then welcome us back to plenary. I know, Gloria, that's your role anyways. So I facilitated the track 5, which is the action track 5, which focuses on building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stress. And then we had very wonderful discussants in that session. So I want to make my presentation briefly on answering or giving responses to the facilitators discussion group template. which we actually used. Okay, they want me to start my video, sorry. Yeah, so that was what we used to, take the notes. So in terms of the first action, the first question, which talks about what action in the next 3 years will have the greatest impact on the topic of discussion. As I mentioned earlier, the topic of discussion is building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stress. So we looked at it from the angle of addressing the current situation, the challenges, what do we know about resilience, and then many speakers and contributors underscored that we have issues of policy incoherence, and that there is need to understand what the existing frameworks are, because this conversation didn't start today, it has been on. So there has been a few things that were formulated in the past. So the first thing that was mentioned was to update and implement the National Agricultural Resilience Framework, NARF, which was formulated in 2014. It's been in the shelf, and then the contributor was like, since this was developed and put in the shelf, nobody has consulted it. We are still having conversations about resilience. So there has been a national resilience framework, which has outlined how the government should play and invest, participate, and all stakeholders will, actualize and implement recommendations with regards to issues of shock and stress. So we should take that and update. Then there's also a climate risk profile by CGI that is important to also look at that. That has actually itemized issues of risk, vulnerability issues. And so the bottom line is we should first of all look at what is existing in the system instead of reinventing the wheel, and then kind of take them up, review, update, and begin to implement the recommendations that are there. And then we also had arguments about policies being at the national level. Some of these frameworks, if it is possible to bring them down, do we have a trickling effect? The local and state government, given the kind of structure of governance that we operate, are they able to implement a national framework? And then we underscore that there was need to do policy formulation from the bottom, because where actually these things are actionable is at the local level. And therefore, if we are conducting a review or we have done something like this, we should also do a lot of awareness, sensitization, use the local medias to do that. But going forward, policy formulation should begin from the local level and take a bottom-up approach. And then we also identified that there are institutions that are focused on helping the system to build, the food system to build resilience. And then we are not actually making use of them. And this includes NIMET and other state agencies that provide information for farmers with regards to weather, climatic conditions, and things like that. So we can take a profile of some of these institutions, and then properly, if they are underfunded and they are operating at low capacity, we as government and private sector support them, and then make sure that we are actually utilizing the resources from them efficiently. I think, and then we talked about making our farmers bankable and also attractive to insurance companies. So if there is a way we can support that from the insurance end, guaranteeing insurance companies to be able to, help our farmers to be able to withstand shocks and stress, it's a worthwhile investment. So these are basically the things we talked about with regards to the first question. So in terms of the second question, which talks about what are the key actions to take on the short run. How will it be possible to tell if the actions are being successful? So some of the things we identified was to actually put key performance indicators, identify targets, and put key performance indicators. For example, for the actions we have proposed to take above, let us put set timelines, put targets that between this time and this time we're going to do this. If we're taking up the review and updating of this national resilience framework, we're going to set timelines that between this time and December of 2022 would have completed that action and begin implementation. And then we also talked about measuring mechanism. We gathers feedback and information from those on ground. That's the NBS, National Bureau of Statistics, was significantly talked about as a major data, because for you to make any recommendations or any decision, you need a lot of data. So we need all this feedback from some of the agencies that are existing. How many minutes do I have? Okay, let me round off. So we need to conduct baseline, then we need to conduct baseline, then we need to also invest on catalytic systems. For example, for farmers, catalytic systems like irrigation, improved seed varieties, and then extension. And then what are the divergence areas that we are reviewed? We talked about a conflict as an emerging system, conflict that are displacing the farming communities, affecting food productivity and causing a lot of IDPs to be on the street. And we also talked about cultural shocks, how improved variety, technological shocks, how improved varieties has the potential to disrupt the local food system. What I mean by that is, if there's a local food, sometimes the adoption of improved varieties can affect how the local food system currently operates. And what will be the contribution? I think the last question or so, what will be the contribution of what would be the contribution of other organizations? So we had the participants from the Flour Mills of Nigeria, talked about improved seed varieties and for cereals and all those that farmers can adopt and improve food productivity. We also have participants from Waterlife System Africa that is looking at our national water system and how to manage water pollution, and recycle water to the extent that smallholder farmers can have irrigation facilities and be able to use water efficiently. So that's it from my end. Thank you very much. There are other points on the chat box which we could pick later, but that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Godson. Thanks for your laudable contribution. And I know that all these things will be captured in our report, which we'll all have access to later on in the month. Thank you.
Okay.
Could we have Mr. Roy Domegba? Roy, are you ready? Roy? Is he there?
Can the action track, can action track 3 continue? Why?
Okay, wait, action track 3.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, Roy is here with us. I was taking.
Yeah, can you give me the next 5-10 minutes? The next few minutes.
Okay, then. Okay, let's have Professor Jayoba. Could we have you? Action track 3. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gloria. I want to appreciate my discussants, the people in my group, and I appreciate them for very good contributions, and I appreciate my note takers for a very good job. So the group discussed extensively on action track 3, how to produce food using nature positive approach. That is our production system that is friendly to the ecosystem. And we look at it in 3 or 4 questions base as stipulated in the template. And we had an introduction to say that this action plan actually is pivotal to other action plan because it affected about 9 sustainable development goals directly. And so we had that discussion using archive mechanism that is protecting the natural ecosystem, sustainably managing the ecosystem, and restoring the degraded ecosystem. So, and we look at what action will be in the next 3 years that will have the greatest impact on these 3 areas as related to eco-friendly system. Number 1, we say that improved land restoration and irrigation system must be in place to reduce erosion, must do more of tree planting, and we should plant trees that will withstand winds as windbreakers. Number 2, we talk about introducing solar systems for irrigation that will reduce energy consumption and also utilize renewable energy in our irrigation system. We also talk about establishing a rainwater collection system and connecting irrigation water directly to water bodies instead of digging boreholes here and there to deplete the water table. We also talk about collection of water, storing water, and releasing the right quantity of water using precision agriculture or precision irrigation system that we utilize the right amount of water so that it can be used more efficiently. We also talk about education, educating the people for people to have understanding and behave in a certain way that we bring the best agricultural practices. We should also talk about educating the rural farm holders to be more innovative in their farming, to be more innovative in their farming operation. We talk about improving warehousing structure to reduce post-harvest losses. We talk about infrastructural deficits, you know, where we have the farm market road fix between warehouses and regulating it by government to make movement of farm produce shorter and easier for farmers and value chain actors. We talk about aggregating smallholder farmers together to reduce logistics and the problem they faced. That is bringing the value chain actors together and aggregating them together to reduce the logistics which individual of them will do. We also talk about improving the seed system for better and improved food system in Nigeria. We also talk about NESG should liaise more with government and with Nigeria Commodity Exchange to work with them to create coordination for key players. As it is now, the players, the value chain actors are working on their own. We are recommending that the NESG should be in the place where you can coordinate those actors together so that they can get the maximum benefit of the aggregation. We are also advancing free trade zone in more communities. You know, as it is being established here and there, we want it more in more communities in Nigeria so that it will bring about social economic development of the rural area. We also ask for increase in quality of products. We have a lot of low quality products, especially nylon products that are encouraging the biodegradation or degradation of the environment because of the nylon that is non-biodegradable, and we are encouraging the high quality so that they can be reused. They can be reused so that we can use very few of them will be as waste. We also advance creation
2 minutes more, please. 2 minutes more.
yes, I have to do it very fast. Creation of intermediary between producers and household consumer to the recycling of waste, agricultural waste. We also ask advance policy direction as vehicles to encourage private sector to produce more paper-based bags instead of nylon. And most importantly, we ask Nigeria to develop policy direction to track our carbon footprint through the value chain. We quickly look at the framework, how we can say whether it is successful by developing policy framework that will sensitize manufacturers to increase their level of their product in terms of being sensitive to consumers and reuse of product. We also look at divergence. We look at the tillage systems to conserve the soil and mechanization. We also look at the agricultural waste for livestock and also use it as manure. It's a divergence view. Finally, we look at what contributions organization can make. We are looking at code ops, to be built in strategic places to build sustainable environment. I mean, yes, to make the place more sustainable, to encourage private sector to help addressing post-harvest losses. SARO Africa is also providing improved seeds and training in all the areas of the value chain from the field to the final product. We need more extension to be linked to the post-harvest and to market. We need more legislation and legislative framework to curb deforestation and exploiting the environment for manufacturing. We talk about the ecological fund, to be used appropriately. We talk about planting of tree to replace tree cut by industries for production to have a sustainable green environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Could we have, Roy, are you ready now? Or should we move to Dr. Tayo? Roy, are you ready?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. We at Action Track 4 considered advancing equitable livelihood and realizing the importance of livelihoods, especially in our communities. It was clear to us that the roles of investors, donors, and government will be very, very important in supporting young people and women. So we considered a number of issues. The very first is in terms of access. Access here, we needed to look at access to land, access to finance, access to market, access to inputs, agricultural inputs. And we realized that we still have the challenges of women owning land in some parts of the country. So in order to address this, we looked at a number of approaches. First, the land tenure system is still very strong. We've not been able to revise that at the national level. But if we got women into groups and young persons into groups, we should be able to negotiate with communities to give out land to women for agricultural activities. We also looked at financial inclusion. Again, when we talk about equitable livelihood, that should imply that all gender, male, female, should have access to finance, even if it's take-off grants. So we also looked at financial inclusion and leveraging on what CBN is already doing and other financial institutions like NISA. We should be able to grow access at community level. We looked at the next point of aggregating women and young people into cooperatives and associations as a strategy for growing access And we think that this model is properly articulated at community level. We should be able to address issues of employment. And some organizations who have modeled this see this as the best way to go, especially in a country where we have the youth bulge. So that model looks like something that's trying to advance equitable livelihood will be able to rely on. We also considered a lot of other issues, data as being very, very important. We agreed that without adequate data and appropriating data properly, planning will be a major issue. And for us to do that, we are looking at the role of the National Bureau of Statistics, the State Bureau of Statistics, and also looking at how best to integrate data collection at the community and local government level in such a way that we should be able to speak to the numbers that are getting into agriculture and the entire agricultural value chain. And then to strengthen competitiveness. We think that our ability to begin a process of certification of farmers, processors, and all of them, so that whatever is being produced, we should be able to compete globally, even from the farm gate. And that became very, very clear that, yeah, that we needed to do that. We considered a whole lot, irrigation services, mechanization, and all of that. And we think that service centers should be available at local government and community level. With regards to how do we think that these actions can be successful, we need to institutionalize processes like inspection, supervision, monitoring, evaluation at all sector levels and at all levels of production. We realize that very often, the moment discussions like this begins, memos are prepared, it ends at that level. So we want to encourage the private sector to be part of this kind of process of looking at how we can achieve success. And then also strengthening the policy and legislative mechanisms that guide processes like this. On how divergence that we identified and need to manage, issues of data has been a major issue in our development programs. And if we begin to encourage government to take leadership and all the other components report data collection in such a manner that we should be able to aggregate information and share information that is appropriate, maybe that will help. The second issue that we identified with regards to divergence is that our landscape differ. So planning should be based on the peculiarities of the topographies or landscapes that we have. And that also dovetails to the point where we talk about pricing for production. So we realize that prices for production differ because of logistic issues, topography, and all of that. So these are divergences that we need to address with regards to competitiveness. And then who are those who should be able to contribute to making this happen? We identified the Nigerian Economic Summit Group as a major entity in supporting private sector involvement in all of this. And I think that they will play a pivotal role in enabling this to happen. We also think that critical private sector players, especially commodity players, should be able to contribute to the agricultural value chains and the development of the agricultural economy. Thank you very much. I don't know if this, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. Could we have Dr. Mrs. Olutayo Adeyemi, Action Track 2? Thank you. We can't hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so for action track 2, we discussed around sustainable shifts to healthy and sustainable consumption. And we discussed around 3 issues. So increase the consumption of healthy foods, reduce the consumption of unhealthy foods, and reduce food loss and waste at the household and food service levels. And one of the key issues that was raised is that we need to approach nutrition and consumption from a business perspective and not a humanitarian intervention perspective. So this is not an intervention that should be centered around businesses and business solutions, and that this will promote private sector participation. We talked about one of the key things that needs to happen is that there needs to be a national nutrition criteria that will guide producers to develop healthy products, because a lot of people may say, oh, I want to eat healthy foods and reduce unhealthy foods, but there's a lot of confusion and ambiguity about what is actually healthy and what is unhealthy. So we need to have this national, well-publicized criteria about what healthy foods contain, which will help producers to create business solutions around providing such foods, and also help consumers to demand such foods. And it was mentioned that healthy foods by the private sector should leverage on local and traditional products. We mentioned the need for advertisements, that a lot of the advertisements go on around the unhealthy foods. So if we want to increase consumption of healthy foods, we need to increase advertisements around these foods and the benefits that these foods will have for consumers. And then it was mentioned that the private sector needs to collaborate with research institutions to fund research around the development of healthy food products or products that reduce unhealthy ingredients, and that they can do this as part of their corporate social responsibility. It was mentioned that the private sector needs to invest in logistics and as well as storage, and not just for processing of food. And that's one of the ways they can do that is investing in cold storage, transportation, and trucks for getting the raw materials. It was mentioned that we need to have legislation that incentivizes private sector to invest in production of healthy food. So e.g. having tax incentives. And also, we can also have legislation that discourages producers from production of unhealthy foods, e.g. having to pay a tax for every metric ton or volume of unhealthy foods that is sold. And then a key thing was mentioned that if we want to move to healthy and sustainable consumption, then healthy foods need to be made more affordable. And so some of the increasing efficiency in the value chain is like to bring down costs and increase the affordability of these food products. And then it was mentioned that the government should take up the strategic coordinating role in information dissemination, so that we have consistent nutrition education messages. That a lot of people, the nutritionists often give contradictory messages when they're telling people that this is what you should do to consume healthy foods. And so the government should take the lead to make sure that nutrition education messages are standardized. And then we mentioned the need to have easy to understand nutrient labels, that once, like sort of a traffic light, green is, yes, this food is healthy to consume. Yellow is like, okay, well, you can consume it if you wish, but it's not so healthy. And then maybe red to say that this is unhealthy, consume it if you wish, but know that you're consuming something that is unhealthy. So that was mentioned, and that needs to be backed with regulation to prevent labeling fraud, so that somebody does not say my product is healthy when in reality it is not. And then to ensure that the actions are being successful, we mentioned that when we see the demand, that when the demand for healthy food products increases, particularly newly developed products, when we see the increased demand for those products, then we know we are being successful. When the prices of nutritious foods become more affordable, then we know we are being successful. And when there's increased collaboration in businesses coming together to partner and the development of social enterprises, then we know we are being successful. And then also when we have the reduction in the prevalence of non-communicable diseases associated with unhealthy diet. So when we start to see these diseases, the incidence and the prevalence drop in our country, then we know that we are achieving progress. The last way to know is when we start to see these food items that have this traffic light or other easy to understand labels. So that's another way we know we are being successful. Regarding divergence, so it was raised that the people that are likely to diverge is private sector and government, and that this divergence can occur from at least two different angles. So the private sector, if the government comes with regulations to say, do this and do that, do this to your products, that if the businesses do not have the potential of making profit, so it prevents them from making profit, then there's likely to be disagreements between the government and the private sector over the regulatory issues. And so the partners need to come together to ensure that there's a win-win. So businesses are able to expand their businesses to actually make more money in supporting sustainable and healthy consumption, while at the same time, so keeping with the regulatory issues. On the other hand of how divergence can occur between government and private sector is when government policies are inconsistent and keep changing. So private sector says, oh, the government has said we should support healthy and sustainable consumption in this manner, but then they make the investment to do that, and then the government policy suddenly changes such that they lose money and their investments go down the drain, that it will not support the process, that the private sector is not going to invest if they know that the policies are going to be inconsistent and there's possibility of change. And so we need to come up with ways that whatever policies we are putting up, maybe they will be backed by law, so that they will be consistent, and private sector is willing to invest because they know that their investment is guaranteed. And so already I've mentioned some of the contributions that different organizations will make. In terms of I'll emphasize a bit more. So I've mentioned a lot about what we expect the private sector to get involved with. And this involves private sector right from the production of the raw materials, right through the value chain to those people who will sell directly to the consumers. And then we talked about NAFDAC and the Standards Organization of Nigeria, together with non-profit organizations like the Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network, coming together to create an enabling regulatory environment that will support the private sector to actually help consumers to eat this healthy and sustainable diet. Then we talked about the role of Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning. When I talked about the government standardizing nutrition education messages and messages around healthy food and unhealthy foods, it was mentioned that it's the Ministry of Budget and National Planning should drive this and lead other government parastatals and MDAs to achieve this. And then the issue of the tax incentives, that we need to bring in the FIRS to provide the tax incentives for private sectors that want to invest in the production of healthy foods. And then National Assembly needs to come in. Yes, I'm almost done. So National Assembly needs to come in to provide the legal backing so that investments are protected against inconsistent policies. And then the Cultural Research Council of Nigeria, universities and other research institutes to partner with the private sector to develop this healthier food alternatives for consumers. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank my note takers, as well as the UN IT support system for helping us with ensuring that our session went well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Adeyemi. Let's have the last but not the least, let's have Mrs. Shola Oresoya. Action Track 1, ensure access to safe and nutritious food for all. Ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much. So in Action Track 1, we had a very robust discussion. We had people from different backgrounds, and they made a lot of contribution from their from experience, and it was really quite interesting. So for us in the group, our focus was on addressing hunger and moving Nigeria from the current status of people who are hungry to zero by the year 2030. And we noted that we have less than a decade to do that, despite the huge numbers. And so the game-changing ideas that came on board during the meeting are the things that I'm going to highlight now. So we talked about the changes that could happen within the policy and the food environment that would make more diverse, affordable, and safe food available for us to be able to meet the SDG 2. So we talked about reducing hunger, and that to reduce hunger, we need to make sure that food is available not only during the season for that particular type of food, but that it's available throughout the year, and not just in quantity, but also the quality of food that is available. So talking about the quality of food, we identified the fact that it's very important that the input is of good quality, and that there's a need to invest in the seeds and the seedlings that go into that our farmers use, and that we also need to invest in technology to improve these seeds and seedlings such that they're able to withstand diseases, their resistance to diseases, and that they're also able to produce huge outputs. Now, to reduce hunger, we said that food would need to be available throughout the year. And one of the ways to do that is that, to ensure that food is available throughout the year, we need to take care of food preservation. So we talked about food preservation. How can food be preserved so that we avoid wastages? Because we know that quite a large percentage of what we produce in Nigeria go to waste. So we talked about the use of technology, and especially also talking about logistics, because a huge proportion of that waste happens during transportation and also storage. And so we talked about logistics, providing strong food logistics and distribution mechanisms, providing cold chain vehicles for moving the food, especially the perishable ones. And it was quite interesting because, the perspective that was brought to the fore is that for the private sector, we could actually build a business case around this, because not too many people are into that, and that just like we have built a very corporate, transport system for ourselves, looking at Uber, Bolt, and all that we can actually put a structure to transportation and logistics for moving farm produce. And that if people understand the benefits and the profit that lies there, the private sector would be willing to invest in that sector. So another thing we talked about was research and development, and highlighting the fact that this is also very critical in making food available, especially when you talk about the input. That IITA is an example of an organization that researches into seeds and the quality of seeds that can be provided. But the challenge is that this is not really given a lot of feasibility, and that we need to find a way to amplify those results that come out of R&D, and also to bridge the gap between research and actual practice, because a lot of research go into finding, innovations about improving the food system, but there's this gap between research and actual practice. And examples were also given. It was also agreed that we need to establish food lab where people can test innovation on a small scale without having to, invest so much in that if the government establishes such opportunities to test, innovations, then it helps people to come up with innovations, and those innovations can then be taken to scale. So for food to be available also, it also needs to be affordable for the people, for the population to access it. And so talking about food affordability, we noted that healthy food is usually not cheap. They are usually expensive, and especially when you have to use technology to make it healthy. And quite a number of the participants in the group gave examples of things that they have done. But at the end of the day, the food is healthy, but it now becomes expensive for people to access. And so the question is, how do we address, how do we deal with this dilemma of, making food healthy, but also, but then it now becomes expensive, too expensive for people to buy. And so one of the solutions that was preferred was that we need economies of scale, that when technology is introduced, we need to take it to a large scale, and the government needs to provide that enabling environment for people who have tested things on a small scale to take it to a larger scale, so that when you involve economies of scale, it helps us, it helps to bring down the cost of production, and also eventually it gets to the consumer at a reduced cost. We also talked about reducing malnutrition specifically in children under the age of 5. And a lot of solutions were provided. One key one is nutrition education, that needs to be included in, right from the home, even to schools, and also developing social and behavioral communication strategies that, targets caregivers of those children under the age of 5, and, providing information about food choices, about breastfeeding, about options, about food supplementation, and also a critical solution also provided was women empowerment. Highlighting the need for the woman to be empowered, for her to be able to, make choices, not only economically empowered, but also empowered educationally, so that she's aware and she knows the choices that are available, and she can make choices. Food fortification was also mentioned. Improving animal source diet for children under the age of 5 was also mentioned as a solution, and also incentivizing sugar sweetened beverages over processed meals and things like that. Another point that was mentioned was bringing innovation to scale. We noted in the group that a lot of interventions have been implemented in this country that had very fantastic results, and that what we need to do is to then take those small scale pilots and take them to scale. And the question is, what do we need to do to actually take those little and small innovations to scale? And a lot of solutions were highlighted. First of all is applying tax breaks. And also, if there is a support for this, for taking innovation to scale, that it's really not so obvious. The government needs to make that obvious and make it easily accessible for people. And also we need to crowd out external influences and enforce quality through monitoring. Also providing local content tax benefits for companies who use local content, so that they can encourage innovators to continue to innovate. Finally, we talked about food safety. And one of the things that was mentioned is that in Nigeria currently, we do not have a food safety policy. And it is still at the point of being reviewed, and it's not yet even passed into, it's still a bill, not yet passed. And so we highlighted that we need to fast track that process of passing that bill, and also put in place a coordination framework for all the agencies that are involved in regulation of food safety, so that there are no misalignment of roles or overlapping roles, and that also for us to achieve that accountability is very, very important. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. I see a hand raised. Want to make a contribution? Sir? Okay, nothing. Okay, thank you very much, thank you very much, ma'am. I'd like to thank you all for your vibrant contributions and feedback that you held at different groups. And I know that there are burning questions. There are things we have to take further. And in the Agric and Food Security Policy Commission of the NESG, we promise to do that. And we'll be reaching out to you, hoping that you'll be available to work with us. And we pay to serve. And so there's another opportunity you would have to serve your country in a unique way. And we hope that in the near future, as we work towards this, we'll be able to build our broken food systems in Nigeria. And at that note, let me call on my colleague, Ms. Shehu Ojo, who is the head of policy intelligence and the head of office in Abuja, to give her closing remarks and vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. First, let me stand on existing protocol. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to give the vote of thanks. I'll start by expressing our gratitude to everyone for making the time out. We know you have busy schedules, and we are truly grateful for you to attend this meeting. During the deliberations, we had robust conversations around promotion of policies, not just the design of policies, but we advocated for impactful execution of policies. We encouraged a multi-stakeholder approach in creation of efficient and sustainable food production, food consumption patterns along the food system. And this is all in an effort to address food loss and waste. And we hope this forms a consensus for us to reach pragmatic solutions. The passion that we see across the room that has been expressed in your participation, especially in the breakout sessions, we feel is a reflection of our commitments and desire to support the development of the agri sector with food security at the heart of it. As a result of your efforts, a framework will be created which will feed into the larger UN food security agenda for Nigeria. While reflecting on the different discussions we've had today, I feel it's safe to say that the purpose of this dialogue, which is to bring together private sector players and groups to kind of explore and discuss and shape pathways to sustainable food system. And we feel that objective was achieved today. So at this point, I would like to thank everyone. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the role of a network of organizations that have enabled us to gather here today. We are grateful to the Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Nigerian Economic Survey Group, the United Nations, and the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa for putting this event together. It is our hope that we can will continue to rely on your support as we put different mechanisms in motion to change the worrying trend of food security in Nigeria. Please allow me to thank, it's no secret that the success of the dialogue is everybody's active participation. So we are very grateful for you taking out time to be here with us. And as takeaway, we would like us to go away from here with one mind, that the best way to deal with hunger, malnutrition, best way to deal with poverty, and the best way to deal with food insecurity is a collective concerted effort of all stakeholders. With this strong collaboration, we believe we'll be able to reap the benefits of shared efforts. And for us at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, we will continue to sustain the conversations, champion collaborations between different groups, between government, private sector, civil society, between international community and the citizens for us to achieve food security. We will always continue to lend our voice in advocacy and provide support in the national interest. And we look forward to more collaborative development in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. So now, thank you, everyone. And I wish you a very lovely afternoon. Thank you for your time. We'll reach out to you. We'll share the meeting notes with you, as I said. And God bless you. Goodbye.